County Town Session, Honorable Mayor Todd Cole presiding. Please remove all hats, turn off cell phones and papers off, please. Thank you.
In session, if we could please, let me call it to order, and we're going to have our prayer and pledge. Commissioner David Bell, would you please lead us in our prayer?
Father God, we do thank you so much, Lord, for the blessings of life. Father, among those, and they are many, the privilege of living in this county. Lord, we ask that you be with us tonight as we go about attempting to do the county's business. Father, we ask that you give us wisdom beyond our years as we deal with difficult issues and hard things. Lord, give us clarity of thought and a singleness of purpose. Lord God, we ask all of these things in the name of your Son and our Savior, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Commissioner Daphne Miller, would you please lead us in our pledge of allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Make sure that we have everyone, make sure that you can be heard tonight on the sound system. I don't know if Mr. Burby is here. If he is, he may need to adjust the sound here shortly. If we could, Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and move into roll call, please.
Bell.
Here.
Plummer. Berry.
Here.
Gillum.
Here.
Grantham.
Here.
Hensley.
Here.
Jenkins.
Here.
Kenmore.
Here.
Blake. Here. Lanier.
Here.
Miller. Here. Hope. Sane.
Here.
Vickers.
Here.
Wayne.
Here.
Wright.
Here.
We do have a form, and I believe Commissioner Buffer is on his way. Okay. All right, has everyone had a chance to look over the minutes from previous meeting from February 22nd, 21st? It's a move. Is there a second to approve the minutes?
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, now we'll move into reports of our county officials. Dr. Smith, you... Good evening.
I have one budget amendment, it is to 72,210 from 71,100. And at the beginning of the school year, we had a person on medical leave who did not return, so we're moving line items. The budget amounts were not within the correct line items, so this amendment takes the charges from the line items where they originally were budgeted and moves them to where they're actually charged. This is not an additional position, it's just moving the right line items. And we're also cleaning up the rest of that budget where we moved it from 71,100. Any questions on that one?
Dr. Smith, is your board already
Yes, they are
approved?
approved it.
Yes.
I move we approve this as read.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying
Aye.
aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
I have one more, I need to make you aware of an emergency purchase that we're going to make, and I'll bring the amendment next month. Our sewer lift pump station went down at the operations center. We've been putting Band-Aids on it for a while, and it has completely stopped. So we reached out to 3 vendors today. The soonest we can get it in is possibly the end of next week, but we will be bringing an amendment to you next month for about $68,000 to pay for that emergency purchase.
Is that's Hope, is that Hope Street as well?
It's Hope Street and Operations Center.
And Operations Center. Yeah, that's been, y'all have been manually
Yes,
pumping that out.
for a while.
Yeah. Smith. All right, is, Josh, are you back there, Josh Close? Yeah.
How y'all doing?
All right.
Hey, I'll keep it quick. Sheriff gave me a warning earlier, so we're not to get windy, so I'll keep it short. Assessment change notices will be mailed out April 7th from the state. Hello? Yep, okay. I didn't have it on, I'm sorry. Assessment change notices will be mailed out April 7th from the state of Tennessee. They'll be mailed out from Nashville. The following week, I believe it's April 11th through the 17th, there will be representatives from the Division of Property Assessments here in the Assessor's Office to answer questions about the new reappraised values. That, I guess, is all I've got. Oh, Dr. Smith, thank you. The media class at the Fowler Central High School, Mr. Ian Wellens, they are making a public service announcement about the reappraisal. That will be finished up the first week of April. We'll push that on social media, just something to inform the public about the procedure and about the reappraisal. We'd also like to thank Ms. Coed at her office and the clerk's office. They have been passing out the brochure that you have, and the taxpayers here having their sheets, informing them about the reappraisal. And also Mr. Tony Kirk with BEA has agreed to insert those pamphlets into each bill that is sent out in April from BEA. I believe he said that's about 11,000 customers. So we've done everything we can to get the word out about the reappraisal, to inform the public, try to educate, and answer any questions. So if y'all have any questions about it, you can ask me now or come by the office. So good? Thank you. Very good.
And Sheriff, did you keep that on time?
You say it's I'll do it right here.
All right. Miss Lily, are you here? Do you have anything for us?
I am, I do not. Everything's good.
Everything's good, all right. Ms. Amber, do you have anything for us tonight?
Other than the bid opening is April 11th for the new machines, and if you've got any word on what's going on with the building. So that's all I got.
Okay. All right. Any of our other elected officials here? Seems that I can't see you. Okay. Okay, Casey, I think, do you have anything for us tonight? I think you said previously.
I don't, that's why I'm sitting back here.
Yeah, you're on the back row. Okay. All right. For our department heads, you said, Sheriff, do you have anything?
No.
Nothing? On the litter grant, do you have anything?
I didn't get a report together today.
I think it was, last I had it was 65,000.
It's 68,000, a little over 68,000.
68,000 pounds of trash to be picked up by litter grants. Very good, very good. Wonderful program. Do we have any on, Mr. Bale, do you need anything for our buildings?
Two things quickly. One is, we've received quotes on the HVAC system, and here at the mayor's office, awaiting evaluation. And the second thing is the building committee met this past Monday, and we wanted to bring it to the commission's attention that one of the issues that we have in our county facilities is it's excess of paper files stored everywhere. We've got rooms that are full of files, and they can be 15 and 20 years old. So we would like to recommend that the commission ask each department head to find their files and go through them and purge them, find the things that they need to keep organized and put away where they can where they can access them, and to properly dispose of the old stuff that they don't need. Because again, we've got literally rooms filled with paper that we probably don't need. So I don't know how that ought to be dealt in a motion or whatever. That was the consensus of the building.
Yeah, each of the officials should have a retention schedule, and, what you're saying, you want them to look at their schedule to see how long, there's certain records, I think, for court records that you have to keep. Isn't that right, Judge, for indefinitely, and there's some for different type of court records, like adoption records have to be kept for a certain time, different types of court records. Most of them are court records, from what I could gather.
Well, we've got payroll records, we've got,
Yeah.
I mean, and again, they're stored in a variety of locations. So, again, not suggesting that we get rid of things that we don't legally, need to keep, but at the same time, we probably have a lot of stuff that's just taking up space, and quite honestly, it's a fire hazard.
Yeah. The different rooms, they're full of papers. I mean, it's just boxes and boxes of papers that didn't be used.
Mayor, I'm actually in search of, I'm looking for, the refrigerated comics boxes, that the U.S. military uses. Found one, it's like $230, but we have to get it here from Florida. That would be perfect to store documents in,
How big is it?
53 foot long.
Oh, wow.
It's like a reefer trailer.
Right.
But it's, just need a place to put it.
We got a big criminal justice complex out there.
We can put it on the court side, that'd be all right.
Well, again, once we figure out what we need to keep, we can get a whole lot better handle on what we need to store. Because I know when we were looking at the old health department building, there were rooms over there filled with records that, quite honestly, I don't think were stored probably in a good manner, and I'm not so certain that we even need them. But again, I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's thrown anything away for a long, long time.
Well, a lot of our court records has to be kept 75 years or until it's considered dead, so.
Yeah. Are those trailers, are they ventilated? Because the records, if they're
The refrigerated ones are not, but they're insulated, so they won't sweat. And it still has the reefer on it, so if,
Right.
we get to buy them with cold storage or something, we can crank it up and have cold storage.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was a problem on some of the other records that we had at the old health department, because of that flooding and then then everything that happened there, so, mold. All right, thank you, Commissioner. Is there, we will get with the officials to see if they have the proper, retention schedules, see if they can start doing that. Commissioner Buffer, do you have anything for law enforcement committee?
Not this month, we're gonna meet next month.
Okay, we're gonna meet next month. Mr. Brown, do you have anything?
Yeah,
Solid waste, please.
solid waste, we've got our next meeting next Wednesday, the 29th at 5, UT Extension building.
Ms. Miller, do you have anything for our annals?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Williams for the library.
There is going to be a budget amendment forthcoming, because the way that their raises got approved last year between the city and the county, since it's funded by both, they didn't really get their raises put in the budget, so there's going to have to be a budget amendment for that, so they can meet their budget by the end of the year, but she's supposed to be coming up with some exact figures for that.
Commissioner Ryan?
Not this time.
Okay. All right, let's see. As we move into, Commissioner, you have the budget amendments. Right, so you want to take care of it? Yeah, we can do that. We have, did you bring these up, the notaries? Okay. Yeah, we have a list of notaries, that y'all have in front of you. Should be on your, should be there in front. Tony, all right.
Move to be approved.
Second.
All right, all in favor? All right. all opposed? Okay, Commissioner, if you would please, on the budget amendments, if you could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The budget committee met tonight prior to the commission meeting, 5:30. You've got 11 budget amendments in your packet. And if you want to, as we go through, budget amendments number 5, 6, and 9 were in-house transfers or inline transfers and were approved by the budget committee with no need to go before the full commission. I will start with number 1, and we can address any questions as we go, and hopefully we can take them all at once. So number 1 is Hardeman County Sheriff's Office, and this is deputy account number 54220, which is the workhouse. Deputy guards, 36,000, and the credit is to account 54110, which is the sheriff's office. Crediting deputy overtime, 36,000. Your reason is for overtime for deputies working due to shift shortages, court, etc. And for some of the old or new, this may be a little different one since it's coming. They're both the sheriff's department, but they're coming from 2 different accounts. But I checked with CPA, no audit finding, perfectly okay. Any questions on that? But that is a line item transfer within these 2 budgets. Number 2, general government and miscellaneous. Debiting the fund balance, $3,687.50. Crediting $58,900,317, data processing services, $3,687.50. And this was a line item that was over budget, we zeroed back out. Moving on to number 3. And this is debiting off from account 51,400, debiting administrative, 18,000, debiting social security, 1150, state retirement, 1,900, insurance, 7490, unemployment insurance, 50, employer Medicare, 275, legal fees late, 771, and travel, 150, for a total of 29,786. And that's crediting legal services, 51,400, 331, 29,786 as well. That's to close accounts that were budgeted and not used, put into attorney fees. And the budget committee is aware that amount is contracted, so there was no need for insurance, retirement, social security, etc.
Okay, sorry, interruption. Question, legal fees late, it's got to do with the late
Project credit, and there was just room in that line item to be done.
thing.
Any other questions on that? Okay, number 4, county clerk's office. And we found the reason for this. This is debiting account 43396, data processing fees from the county clerk, 10,500. Crediting 52,500, 719, office equipment, 10,500. And the reason to recognize data process fees and allocate the county clerk office equipment, upgrades plus new scanner and power supply backup. And we did some research on that one, the budget committee did, and that is the restricted fund for her office, and it does have a balance of more than that, so the money's there, and it is that would be used to buy and upgrade office equipment. Okay, number 7 is dealing with the landfill, and that's debiting account number 39,900 out of fund 207, which is the landfill account, debiting 18,500 and crediting 82,200, 604, and that's interest on debt, crediting 18,500, and that's setting up a line item in that budget to pay interest on the compactor that we purchased at the landfill.
Okay, number 8, juvenile court. Debits are at the bottom. Debiting, travel, $1,200, state retirement, $2,000, employee insurance, $1,550, and the fund balance, $16,763. And we're crediting salaries and wages, $20,000, social security, $1,225, unemployment, $13, and employee Medicare, $275. Allocated resources into the needed lines of expenditures,
And, the judge was with us, the explanation on that one. Have a person retiring, and brought a person in to take his place and train him, and also some training that they went to.
Okay, number 10, election commission, debiting, $51,500, other salaries and wages, $1,850, crediting election workers, $1,850.
That is a line item transfer, but it's still in salaries.
And then the last one, number 11, beer board, debiting, fund balance, $253, crediting board and committees, $250, and social security, $3.
And I would assume they've had enough meetings, they've used their budget and needed some more in that line item to meet. And that's all the budget amendments we have for tonight. There's no further questions or discussion. Mr. Chair.
All right, approved. Motion been made, and second. Any discussion on those, we have no discussion. All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed. Those budget amendments have been approved. There is, on our new business on number 7, we have in the agenda. We have some resolutions. Many of you know that we have a club.
Mr. Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but do we need a roll call?
Yeah, but, okay. Yeah, let's have a roll call on that, because we had the three. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Dale,
Yes.
Buffer,
Yes.
DeBeer,
Yes.
Gillum,
Yes.
Grantham,
Yes.
Kinsley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Kenmore,
Yes.
Blake,
Yes.
Lanier,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Sane,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
Wayne,
Yes.
Wright.
Yes.
Motion passes. Now, on those, if we could, look at those resolutions, if y'all had time to read those about the flooding that we had for the basement. This resolution, describes what happened in the basement that we had the flooding, and we had some issues with the electrical, and of course, we continue to have some issues, and we're trying to get those, corrected now. We did have the pipe, corrected, it was a sprinkler system pipe that burst, and, for the outside, and we had major damage, flooding. It was, I don't know how many feet of water in the basement, but many of you are probably aware of that, and, but that's what we have this resolution for. We need to adopt that to show that we had, it's considered it was a danger, we had to turn that into the insurance, and now we're working on the systems right now. It says the pipe burst flooded the basement, caused severe damage to the telephone systems, the fire safety system, the electrical panel system of the building, along with information stored in that location. That information was under the courthouse in the basement and has been, insurance company did pay for that, that information to be, I guess you'd say freeze dried. Anyway, they had to take those documents in and do the process on them to preserve them. So if everybody's had a chance to look at that, if you would, I've got, let's take them one by one on that resolution. If you would, please, can I have a motion to accept this resolution?
So moved.
So moved. Commissioner Wright, so moved. Is there a second? A second. Any discussion?
On the, insurance, they will cover 100% of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, no more discussion. All in favor, please state your name, and this will take care of that according to our, Nate Fontenot, who sent that from the comptroller. This is, it describes their financing terms that they have, of course, for the 2.99% and the terms for the financing. Does everyone have time to review that in your package? Yes, sir.
Now that the dump is open, are we using this piece of equipment? Do we have an operator?
Yes, sir. We are using that. They had to build that up so high, and then you had to have a layer, and then what that does, that compacts it down to have more space. You have to be
Well,
careful.
I've seen it out there, but at the time it was
Yeah.
not being used. I just wondered now that it was open, if we are.
Yes, it is being used. It was moved down there, I guess, a few days before it opened, and now they're using it now. All right, I could have a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Williams, can we have a second? Properly moved and second. Any more discussion on that? All right, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, next we have on the agenda, we have our zoning amendments. Mr. Pierce, are you here? Okay, I see you now. All right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Pierce.
Go Vols. 2.5 minutes. Everybody had opportunity to read these resolutions. Let's do a little housekeeping on the front end, because we kind of went out. The number of the document, when prints are gonna always get a number. So, I handed out three items prior to the meeting started. I provided you 2 letters of content from Tony Kirk and VA and Mayor Patricia here in Baldwin, as well as I took the language out of the email from Greenville and I put it on a Word document so it was better understandable. With that said, that document will go with the email, which is, for my conversations thus forward, will be number 2. Document number 1 is what I refer to as the Silicon Ranch moratorium. It is the long document that has the word admitted about a quarter of the way down. I just put it in my documentation. So it's the longer document generated by SR, Silicon Ranch, as an alternate moratorium as to the one we accepted 2 months ago. Document number 3 is the shortest of the amendments, stopping about 3/4 of the way down. That is what I refer to as the Greenville amendment. And document number 4 is what I refer to as the SR amendment, is the main document of the 4. And I'll give you a brief history of items 1 through 4. These 4 documents came to exist because after we accepted the moratorium, there was things submitted to the planning commission and carried to the planning commission, and the planning commission as a whole elected not to rule on any of the 4, and wanted you, this county commission, to have the luxury of seeing all 4 should you take an option to your moratorium, once you have the benefit of seeing all those surrendered. Item number 1 is an alternate moratorium written by SR's legal department, frankly, law firm, which is a document that basically takes an exception to the moratorium not allowing another project to kick off, and this was generated because we had the conversations generated great after the day we approved the moratorium. Tony Kirk, Mayor Tizzy, other concerned people as to whether or not we would be able to facilitate the economic development project that was approved with TDA and BEA, which basically allows funding to support a new substation at no cost to BEA, and thus Tony's position of transcending any of that cost off to the constituents that would be seen in the utility bills. With that said, item number 2 was generated because after hearing, I think Russell will tell you, solar has been on discussion since the day I was hired to take over zoning. And I saw the frustration on Russell and Planning Commission's face when I got there. I took the count the other day, there's 26 different resolution amendments and revisions that's been written since we accepted a amendment in the FAR back in August 18th of 2015. So it had been great discussions about how we do solar in Hardeman County. When I took this job, I didn't envision it being that hard. I grew up on a farm, worked in a factory for 30 years. I'll tell you, on the farm and in the factory, we got a different way of getting things done. But it is what it is. With that said, number 2 that I labeled is I took the liberty of sharing with industry and anybody else, some of you as you wanted it, my attempt to construct 2 documents that would address both Ringo's position out in Hickory Valley and let's just go ahead and say the Peavine Road site that is an economic development project that BEA is teaming with SR to fund a new substation. So the email I got back from Mr. Jonathan Fleming was the response from the document I had generated that had a better suggestion of some of the language he would like to see used. So some of the one I chose not to use Jonathan's language. It was specific enough. It allowed for the words all and any, and I didn't want to open this up to anything else that was out on the TDA's project that could fall in our area. So because we do have a moratorium, so I wanted to be more specific about approving the language that we could to accommodate the economic development project that BEA is entering into with Silicon Ranch. So my number 3 and my number 4 written in-house by me, and I'll take the brief for it. Basically, number 3, at least in my perspective, reviewing the situation with Greenville site in Hickory Valley, and my tenure in the office is basically what it attempts to put in wording. The 6 months that I've been there, they have applied for an application, and that's been approved. The process next would be to submit a final plan for design review and acceptance before you issue a building permit. I can't speak for them why they haven't done that. There is no lawsuit with us and them in the county. That's for them to determine why they haven't yet and where that's going. I can't speak to that, but this is basically a amendment that says we recognize you applied for an application that is approved, at least in my definition of vested rights. You would continue that path and complete it. Number 4 is the other document generated in my office that is basically addresses BEA and Silicon Ranch's position on the farm on Peavine Road. Unlike the moratorium that was alternate version that was a road for us, it doesn't use words like all and any, and it's not continuous. It's very specific to the farm that they are at least discussing in contract to acquire and own and build their project on. Is that as clear as mud? Or is there any questions that I better help define?
Jim, you mentioned that, Greenville has the full go-ahead with your department, Tom.
They have, the ability to submit a plan for review. We can't tell you the plan will be reviewed, but, I mean, Russell could tell you their application was approved. The next step would be come back with a final plan, and that's the process.
Okay. And their plan was approved under what, our 2015 guidelines, so
Their application kickoff was approved under the current resolution in the FAR chapter.
Okay.
That this body, not you individually, but this body approved August 18th of 2015.
How many operating solar farms do we have in the county now, to your knowledge?
Two that I know of.
Two, and they were constructed under this 2014?
The first one was prior to my involvement in the zoning department. I would assume it did, their interpretation of it. But I can tell you the one on Mecklenburg Drive meets all the requirements as it lays in the current, along with they were so kind to some of the concerns that we had was the lack of a decommissioning plan.
That was my next, this is a question for you also, decommissioning. And on decommissioning, is there a plan in place right now by the state of Tennessee on decommissioning?
Yes, there is. It was approved.
Could you tell us a little bit about that plan?
Basically, it would define that, first it talks about two entities, if I can recant it. It talks about lease and lease. The leasing the land from the landowner, has to provide them assurance that at which point in time they vacate, they leave the ground back in the condition it was prior to that. It's not that clear on land only, but I can tell you that at least with Silicon Ranch, they never backed away from the table, recognizing that they want to be a good tenant, they want to be a good partner, and if decommission plan is what we need to feel confident about us endorsing how we build solar farms in Hardeman County, they've been willing to step up and say, here we are. And the logistics of that is the landowner, in that case, or the leaser would go and get a bond that would different intervals throughout the execution of the contract. And most solar farms will have a lifespan of 20 to 30 years. So it talks about the payment of proceeds against that bond across that life. X number of percentage at 5 years, more at 10, and the remainder at completion. Ensure that you put the land back in the state it was prior to your project.
It's basically held in like escrow
That's right.
for that.
And that's Senate Bill, what, 1925, and that was written by Wally, Bowling, Reed, Rose, and Stevens.
Yeah, I have that in my office, but I believe that to be pretty much the group.
Question, my understanding is we did the moratorium 2 months ago,
We did.
so we could wait on the state to adopt the policy.
Right.
All right, why don't we still talk about it now tonight if the state has not come up with a policy to bring forward to next meeting?
That's a good question. The state had a project life of about a year. They said that they were going to contract with an independent firm to go out and look at how a solar farm in a project would affect a rural farming environment, land value, neighbors, the effect of the economy, positive or negative. They owe us a preliminary report by September this year, and the final one out after October or November is what the initial itinerary for that project looked like. And at that time, we all had hopes that it was going to be a silver bullet, and that much like they did with the decommissioning plan, they told you when, how much, and why. Preliminary thoughts out of Nashville is that is not what you're going to get with this next plan. I highly suspect that whether I'm in zoning or not, I'm going to come back and address you and tell you you're going to get this right here. They're going to tell you that it doesn't affect the economy negatively. It doesn't drive down land costs. And they're not going to tell you how to do it in your county. They are going to tell you you're going to find a place for them and you're going to accommodate it and you figure it out to get it done. So there's going to be a bunch of where mores and bear hours. and What you're saying is that we forget waiting on Nashville?
I
I'm not saying
that
there's
makes
not nothing
sense.
positive coming out of them. I say that we've had constituents and partners of Hardeman County. We look to Tony Cope every time we need something from the electric department. Now he's come to us and said, guys, I need you to figure out a way to get this done. Like it or dislike it, my attempt was just to write something that allowed them to initiate the project on P-Line Farm, which, by the way, is not spot zoning by the definition. We're not changing the coding. It's FAR. FAR has a. Well, just for the record, I've been on lots of farms, and I'm gonna tell you what, they don't grow solar panels. That's right. A solar farm ain't a farm. Yep. It is a industrial facility to generate electricity, and the only reason they call it a farm is so that they can put it on farm land without rezoning.
David, I'm disagreeing.
So, you know,
It's a
the whole
utility.
purpose of waiting is so that we can make sure going forward that we do the right thing for the county.
And I don't disagree with that.
And I can't imagine anybody that has the best interest in the county at heart having a problem with waiting a few months to figure out what we need to do to protect everybody. Nobody wants to drive around and go to an industrial facility to get home. And
David, I can't tell you why this elected body elected to put solar farms in FAR. Because I don't know what he needed to come up with that concept. It's a utility and should have been an industrial. But that ain't where we're at, Hoss.
but can't we, as a county, we have our zoning board make recommendations so that we can make sure that it's where makes sense and that it's done in such a way, and I'm not saying that we don't have solar farms, I'm just saying it needs to be done to protect everybody in this county, not just a few companies, amongst which is TVA, which is a federal. I mean, I'm not worried about
In all
protecting.
fairness, that's the attempt of my writing of this, it does that, it protects the county. Because I grew up on a farm, not in Milton, but in Hornsby. The last time I checked, whoever owned the farm got to do with it what they wanted to.
Well, as long as it doesn't affect the neighbor.
I agree with that, and I make that argument to them all the time, so.
And quite honestly, I'm an advocate for personal property rights. I mean, that's one of our foundational principles. But it is only as good as it not negatively affecting your neighbor. And I was gonna tell you what, I drove Stantonville in McNeil County and passed that solar farm, and I don't care what you say, that affects the land value of anybody around that facility.
Not often do I agree with you, so I won't put that on record.
So,
I drove
it's done
Stanton,
is
and I drove
important.
back here, and it's an atrocity. I wouldn't be part of building anything like that.
But again, how it's done is important, and we need to give our people, and I'm not one of them, we need to give our people time to do their job and do it well, because what we pass, our grandbabies are gonna have to live with. And a few months waiting to get it done right is, I think, what everybody, I mean, it was a unanimous decision that we want to wait before we do something, because if we do it wrong, there may not be a turning back.
We'll have order in this court. I don't know who's doing any outbursts. We're going to have order. Okay? Let's make that very clear.
All I'd ask, David, is you take a ride down Mecklenburg. If we build them all like that, I'd be happy to tell my grandchildren that's the best we did.
And again, I'm not arguing that point. All I'm saying is that it needs to be, I've seen the plans for one of the facilities, and I'm not impressed, because I guarantee you, if it was next to my farm, I would be ill.
And that's the one
I
thing about the
bought
process.
land.
Every one of the plans is going to come before the planning commission and get reviewed to the same standards, to your point, that we define and apply to all of them.
But our current standards, I think they're too lax. So we need to give our people, and all we're saying, no, we're not saying to not do anything. All we're saying is, and we agree unanimously,
I
that
just
we
don't
need to
think
give our
that when
people
it's said and done,
time.
the state comes out with the report, it's going to generate the detail that strengthens our resolution. I think that's going to come from us. Defining the setbacks, the gates, the vegetation, and the offsets, and things, the density, I think that's what we're going to have to decide as a county. I don't think the state's going to tell you that.
And quite honestly, that makes perfect, but again, we need to give our people time to come up with that. And they can present that before this body, you know, whenever it's prepared. We don't have to wait till September. They can come up with it and.
I can give you one the next meeting. I've already voted.
Well, then, again, I don't know all the procedures that you have to go through, in order to do that.
Gotta carry it back to the
Yeah.
planning commission, we gotta get it on the agenda, have a little thing called public hearing.
Well,
Everybody speak on it.
and let's go through the proper procedures and do it, rather than putting a moratorium on a moratorium that we've already passed.
I'm not sure that's the terminology, it's an amendment to a moratorium.
Okay.
Commissioner Green?
Jim, I attended the flip and switch out here on Mecklenburg today and observed the layout of how the solar farm was done. And what guidelines do they follow when they put that in?
They had a 100-foot setback, they had a gate requirement, they had a fence requirement, they had a evergreen vegetation requirement.
Is that our 2015 guidelines? But
It
you
is.
had a summit here a few months ago.
I had an all-day workshop with industry and a lot of people that are in opposition of solar.
Right.
And tried to understand what our separation was. And if we could appease both sides and find a happy medium, maybe we could have the right, to David's point,
Right.
the right language and define what our next resolution that applies. I'm gonna be the first to stand here and tell you, I don't think it needs to be an FAR. Utility is a light industrial, and it's that way for everything else, but I didn't put it there. That's a whole different process to get it out. I'm addressing what's there.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, greatly, you look at what could control the site. Your definition of what is a solar farm, your density, your setback, your fencing, and the vegetation you put around, and the access gate that you put. There's not a lot out there beyond that.
Well, they did a really good job out there, what I observed. If all of them done like that, then I don't see a problem with the solar farm out. But, next question would be, you know, we're talking about a moratorium that's in effect. And I understand that, I voted yes for the moratorium. But also, we have companies that have come in here, such as Greenco, they have full, compliance and your blessings, and they can go whenever they're ready.
Yep.
But we also have, Silicon Ranch that is put in a solar farm that anybody can go look at, that's done well. That, in my opinion, doesn't do any violations. I don't think we're here to change the moratorium, it stands. We're just here to level the playing field for the companies that have come in here and spent millions of dollars, that's gonna generate millions of dollars of tax dollars for this county, which we are desperately needing, so we don't have to raise property taxes for individuals. Do you agree?
I agree. And again, the biggest thing is when Tony Kirk comes to me and says, I'm gonna lose this opportunity of this financial windfall for Hardeman County and DEA, is there anything we can do? My
Yeah.
apologies for wasting y'all time, but this is one tip, to accommodate what he needs on one farm, that when it's all said and done, there's gonna be a solar farm there.
So you've written amendments that you have presented us with four tonight, and which one do you recommend to this commission if they were to vote?
If I was gonna make a recommendation, or if I was running this in private equity company, I would be going forward with number 3 or number 4.
Why is that?
Number 3 simply says where we are. It doesn't change nothing. Ringo has been given a approval on their application. Attorneys can fight for it all they want to, but by the definition of vested rights, that's what that is. They get to complete the process. Number 4 is very specific to the Peavine Road project and endorses the relationship with BEA and SR that accommodates this county and a large portion of its constituents to get a substation at no cost that will never be passed on to the customers and have to go down the kilowatt price per hour that they have been very clear they need. So thus, that's why I would approve 3 and 4. And I would keep the moratorium in place for any other solar company that is making the effort to come into Hardeman County.
And our vote tonight is not against the moratorium.
Vote tonight is not going to be for a removal of the moratorium. The vote tonight is going to be for 1, 2, 3, or 4, or any combination thereof that will amend the moratorium to execute whatever that document says. Do you have those documents?
And before there is a vote, you'll see here, we have to move into a public hearing for public comments. So, Mr. Pierce has been describing the amendments as written. And then before there's any vote, we do have to have a public hearing.
So we do have a recommendation from you.
My entire office is 3 and 4.
So wait,
Yes, sir.
when are we going to hear from the planning commission, whatever?
I told you when we started, the planning commission had no recommendation other than to give this committee the entire 4.
So why is that yourself going to accept?
Well, he'll be called up here.
But there's a commission be here and tell you that the decision was. I said, you sit on the planning commission also, you can testify, that's what our decision was, that this committee would get all 4 of them.
Well, won't the vote come after we hear the public forum?
Yes.
Okay.
To make a statement, Mr. Bell, about putting it back to the planning commission, timely matter to come up with something. We've got years and stacks of papers, and this is as far as we've got. And I'm talking about a long time, a large stack of these right here, a bunch of meetings. This is as far as we got, so I don't know how you're gonna do what you
I
suggest.
don't really know what you mean as far as you got, because I don't see anything on here as far as setbacks.
What I'm trying to say is every time we come up with something, then we have public hearings, come up with different scenarios, this, that, and the other, that's been ongoing and ongoing and ongoing. We're just about to roll in. Something's gotta be put in concrete.
Again, I don't see anything on here about what y'all are suggesting to do other than grandfather somebody in under the old rules. Isn't that what pretty much this is?
We're not changing the moratorium at all.
Well, I know, but
But we've had these companies come in good faith, and all of a sudden, we put the brakes on and change the rules and are locking the door until we hear from the state of Tennessee, which they're gonna lay it back to the counties, and what I'm hearing from the Capitol and people I've talked to here. That being said, we're not changing the moratorium. What I'm addressing here, you can't change the rules midstream because somebody's coming in here that's done billions of dollars of work and investigating and you got one company who's already ready to go. You've got another one that's coming here in good faith that's gonna help the county out tremendously on tax dollars, benefit us on substations. We'll hear from Mr. Kirk a little bit, and I've got a lot of questions for Mr. Kirk. I've got some questions for Mayor McTusick. That's gonna tell us a little bit about economic development, I believe.
nobody's arguing that solar farms may or may not be productive. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that if it's taken years to come up and we still don't have a set of guidelines.
Did you go out to the solar farm, little switch today?
Let me finish what I'm saying. I know, if it's taken years and we still don't have guidelines, I don't see the wisdom in pushing forward when we know that the existing guidelines are not what the county wants. I mean, that's a given. We don't want the old guidelines, we want new guidelines. If it makes sense to wait for the state, which everybody thought it did 2 months ago. Now, again, to me, it makes sense to wait and see what they say, because once we go through this door, we're not coming back.
And David,
And
if I can be transparent, you have a valid point, sir. With that said, we approved these 2 amendments I recommend. I don't think we changed the paths of Greenville's project in Hickory Valley.
again,
I do think we go back to the drawing board. We let Silicon Ranch and BA ink the deal for the land acquisition. I'll let Tony speak for Tony, but I think that facilitates his substation and gets the ball rolling. I think it'll be 2 years before they ever break ground. I think we have plenty of time to put a new resolution in place, and I promise you when I
well,
sit
if
down.
that's the case, then what's the point of doing this if we can come up
Other than
with
that's to
new
make the deal
guidelines
and
by-
get the application started so they can secure the funding that's coming from TVA. If we do not, that's in jeopardy of being lost.
Pardon?
I said, if we do not, I'll let Tony speak to this, but that's in jeopardy of being lost, the funding.
Well, again, if it's something that we gotta live with for the next 40 years, in my opinion, I would rather err on the side of caution and do the right thing so that we can go forward, rather than.
Corey, you have a question?
Yeah, no question. So, let me get this right. We gave them permission to go ahead with the project.
The they is very confusing, brother. They
Wait.
being Gringo.
Right.
Applied for an application, over a year ago.
Okay.
And that process is starting.
Okay.
I cannot tell you how it's going in.
But the permits have not been issued, correct?
Excuse me?
Permits have not been issued.
No, sir. They've not submitted the plan for review. That can be approved or denied. And that's a fair question. The question I'm gonna have very soon is how long does that application apply in length, or when does it expire? I don't know. I've been looking for an answer and I don't have it yet.
Okay. And you said they,
Now, the other part of they is, two different companies. You have Gringo and you have Silicon Ranch. Silicon Ranch was right on the precedence of filling out an application when our moratorium came along. They need to deal with TVA and BEA that got them some economic money to build a substation. If we do not do something quickly, I think that goes away, and I think the money will be used somewhere else. I'm trying to secure it for Hardeman County in an effort to do the right thing.
but they put money in the county on the project already, correct?
I'll let them speak to that. I don't know how much has been spent. I think they discussed the option. I think they've identified the parcels. I think they're ready to ink the deal, and once they sign the deal, I think that facilitates the grants that would initiate the building of the substation. But again, I'll refer to the experts to that.
So we don't, will we have any repercussions?
I don't think we'll have repercussions, but it's gonna be hard for me to look Tony Carter in the face and tell him I had to piss away his money.
Okay.
Jim, the Mecklenburg site, how many acres?
88.
88, the Hickory Valley site,
Yeah.
2,100, and Fishline site.
Probably about 1,600 possible acres, I think, because of the flood zone. At the end of the day, they're gonna lose probably about 700 to 790. Unless they put bed on it,
That site's 965 acres total.
How many?
965 total, we can go about 400.
It's Fishline site.
Yes, sir.
Before we do any votes, we have to convene into,
public hearing, everybody.
that way we can have public comments as by statute, we have to move into public hearing.
So one of y'all need to make a motion.
We're going to move into public comments. We'd like for, we did not have a, nor recognize, so please come to the podium if you could, so. If you could, please talk into the mic, make sure that's okay for you. Have 2 minutes time, please.
2 minutes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Boss and Commissioners.
Good evening.
Commissioner Grantham has been very adamant about supporting these amendments, and it may be one of one. I like to figure things out. So I did a little study, and I'm not so sure that this has ever been brought to the attention of the population and even the commissioners themselves. So based on what I found, I'd like to pass this out and ask 2 quick questions. Commissioner Grantham, if I may, if you review that, pay attention to the tape, and pass it down. Review that, and you can see the pink is kind of washed out and turned into purple right now. Take a look at that. Based upon what you're looking at now, Commissioner Grant, please help me understand your request in light of this map. The map dictates that the properties proposed, between the proposed solar panel and the substation, it requires an easement going from the solar panel to the substation, and it would traverse
5 pieces of property that belong to the Grantham family. I don't suppose that Brad owns any of it. I'm not so sure whether he does or he doesn't. However, to me, it could pose a conflict of interest based on that, and I would ask that, based on this map, and what could be a conflict of interest, and Mayor Pulse is calling for more transparency in the government affairs, I'm asking you, Commissioner Grantham, to simply recluse yourself from discussing this issue and voting on it, these amendments. And that way there would be no conflict of interest.
Do you have a question for me? You said you had a couple of questions.
That's correct. Secondly, if you could not, or would not, recluse yourself from the state, can you possibly tell us why?
Why not to recluse myself?
That's correct.
Or do you want me to address this map that you have brought up?
Both, if you'd like, sir.
Could you clarify your question?
I would like you to recluse yourself based on a conflict of interest.
That's a statement, that's not a question.
And the question is, why would you not recluse yourself?
Why would I recluse myself if you're gonna ask me to tell
And
you
that's
a
a
statement?
conflict of interest, and that's for the commissioners to decide. Thank you very much. Sit down.
Well, let me clarify, let me address you.
First
First
of
of all,
all, listen to your comment.
First of all, I do not own any of this land. It may be Grantham land, but there's a lot of Granthams in this county, and I can tell you right now, I have no interest or ownership in any of this land. And I don't know anything about this line that you've got drawn. I'm not privy to any of that. This is the first thing I have seen of this, and I am not aware of it or what it is.
That's the transmission line now between the federal power substation lines that go from there. And you have to have a 75-yard easement to transport the power from the solar panel field to the substation that DEA would like to get with no charge. So, you know, that easement goes across those 5 pieces of property, which is a monetary consideration. And it's unfortunate that you don't own any of that land. I'm sure you have some contact with your family, I would think.
I am completely unaware of any.
Anyway, I just think it looks like, it appears to be a conflict of interest.
Well,
And the question is, again, if you cannot recuse yourself, why can't you?
If there's no conflict of interest, why would I?
Okay, end of the debate. Thank you very much for your time, Commissioners. I appreciate it.
We are open here for public comments. Please be mindful of 2 minutes. Who else would like to address the commissioners for public comments? Yes, please. When you come up, would you announce, would you mind who,
okay.
This time. Please announce your name, please. You may pull that down, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Patricia Spicer. One thing the contract we've got is the expandable part written in the contract, which means this, Bigger Valley area, they want it to be expandable where down the line we can expand onto other people's property. And that should not be allowed. And I think they don't need to be grandfathered in, they need to go and wait, and they would, be on the moratorium and not be grandfathered in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There was a gentleman, though, that got up here that.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I asked for a little latitude on 2 minutes. Commissioner DeBerry and I would certainly attest that we've been put through the ringer on this issue. I'm sure he would concur. My presentation might take more than 2. So, just ask for a little latitude, and feel free after my presentation, please ask me any questions, and I'll do my best to answer. I was asked to speak on behalf of the Planning Commission to the proposed amendments on solar before you tonight. My intent is not to demonize the solar developers present, but rather clarify and give perspective on how to move forward from this point. Comment are my personal opinion. I'm not a lawyer. We got plenty of those over here, so I'm sure they can attest to that. But I feel I'm capable of reading and at least formatting my own thoughts. We are here tonight to meet a statutory requirement mandated by State Code TCA 13-7-105 and to hold a public hearing simply to amend the language of a moratorium. Our moratorium is amended to our zoning resolution because it temporarily ceases certain activities required by zoning. This is why we held a public hearing in January on the moratorium itself. The same procedure must be followed to amend a moratorium. Before one word of the zoning resolution can be changed, state law requires a review by the Planning Commission and a public hearing by the County Commissioners. Pending lawsuits against the solar farm in Hickory Valley has put our Planning Commission in a tough spot. This lawsuit served as a wake-up call about the importance and necessity of public hearings. I've seen a summary of zoning amendments from May of 2014 through September of 2020. Our county amended the zoning resolution 26 times, all of which required public hearing, yet there are only 3 instances that public hearings took place. All 3 of these were related to Royal Oak case. I need this commission to have a clear understanding of the importance of public hearing and all public hearings. I hold in my hand a copy of the amended writ of cert lawsuit filed September of 2022 and was filed against the Planning Commission, a board of which I am a member. This is a lawsuit on procedure. There is also a case against BGA due to the action which was based upon our Planning Commission action. This lawsuit alleges that the current solar farm regulations were passed illegally because there was no public hearing. They presented some damning exhibits of the County Commission meetings minutes of August 15th. The minutes reflect a motion to adopt the current 5 pages of solar regulations was made, seconded, and voted on unanimously. They did not do what we are doing here tonight. They did not vote to temporarily suspend the County Commission meeting and move into a public hearing, or to vote to come back to the meeting in order to close the hearing or vote. These exhibits they submitted to the Chancellor Clerk were directed from the county clerk's records and had book and page numbers on them. If the County Commission grandfathers anyone before we have time to develop and properly adopt new solar regulations, then you will be forcing myself and our zoning boards to review these projects and base our decision on what I personally feel is definitely illegal regulations. We don't have legal solar regulations. We have no jurisdiction or obligation to review these things. It is my understanding there's no tort liability, meaning there's no financial liability to the county or our boards just because we inadvertently did something wrong. We will simply be ordered to fix it. That is done with good solar regulations and proper reviews. A moratorium was brought about because of a workshop in December before our December meeting. Myself, 2 other planning commissioners, many members of the public, 2 solar companies, and a few solar attorneys attended a public forum set up by our zoning office 1 week before our December planning commission meeting. This meeting lasted 6 hours. The solar representative utilized about 4.5 hours of that time. They were given ample time to inform us of their desire to help us write our county solar regulations. The solar legal team spent a great deal of time reminding us that our existing and proposed solar resolutions were inconsistent with state law and our zoning resolutions. I took these comments as a stern warning. If we don't do what they want, anything we do likely will be challenged in court. This was the foundation and reasoning for a moratorium. The moratorium gives us the opportunity to complete our regulations 1 year. It's up and it can be lifted. 1 year is the maximum allotted time. Lawsuits were not the reason for the moratorium. The Planning Commission wanted time to develop legal regulations that were in line with the citizens of the county, clear up any ambiguity with state law, and wait and see if the state would mandate regulations after getting the TASER report later this fall. This is now the second public hearing on solar farms. There's very little support for these multi-thousand acre power plant developments. That is what solar is, solar power generation plants. And what our planning commissions have to consider them moving forward. I hold the highest regards for our CEO, Tony Kirk, who manages our local provider. He does an excellent job managing BEA. The infrastructure upgrades to our substation would be beneficial to the ratepayer. None of us would argue that. However, we got to get our solar resolutions right. The solar companies mentioned they would be okay with only 3% of Hardeman County under power plants. Folks, that 3% equates to 12,900 acres of prime farmland. The Peavine Road project's a large portion of a big 2,500 acre tract. The Hickory Valley project is 2,100 acres. Our family has 4 different parcels with TVA power lines that run through them. We've had multiple offers from solar companies, and as recently as 1 month ago, to put our farm in solar. We have no desire to enter into or allow additional power lines to come through. However, there's some people out there that might be. My friends and neighbors are getting the same offers. I feel if we adopted one of the post-solar grandfather / exemption options, we would be obligated to do so for others which have not come forward yet. Contrary to a pollster who offered opinion in January, I have not gotten the feeling that citizens of Hardeman County are overwhelmingly pro-utility scale solar. I feel it is exactly the opposite from the people I talk to. I was appointed to the Planning Commission in March of 2022. I, upon request, was given a copy of the official zoning resolution. Right here. 153 pages. The word solar is not even in the document. Yet neighbor, I was forced to vote on approving 2 site plans based my decision on 5 pages of solar regulations that were not in my book. Only myself and the other new planning commissioner voted no on approving the project. My reason for not approving that project have also turned up in this lawsuit. I don't like the fact my first action taken by a board I was appointed to, we got sued. Our planning commission did not approve or disapprove any of these 4 grandfather amendments. Since it was the desire of at least one county commissioner to bring them back to the floor, our board simply reviewed and voted to send them back to this body. This is ultimately your decision, no matter what our board's recommendation is. I will give you my opinion of these from a personal perspective. I think the amendment submitted by Pico Lake has been improperly submitted because it's not in its final form. I feel the amendment proposed by Silicon Ranch contains language that is not specific to the project they seek to develop on Peavine Road and could potentially exempt other solar companies not represented here tonight. Also extends the moratorium to March 2024, which should not even be necessary. The purpose of the moratorium is not to simply hold up solar power plants, but intended to allow ample time for our government to develop better regulations. I personally don't feel the amendments drafted by staff for the Hickory Valley or the Peavine Road project should be granted until these lawsuits have been determined and see if they actually have a use on appeal permit. And solar ordinance has been deemed legal. I would like to propose the following to you for your consideration. Since we're here tonight holding these public hearings and only required to hold 1 public hearing per amendment, I propose this to the commission. Do not make any motion of any kind to address any of these amendments. State law does not mandate you immediately vote for following a public hearing. Only that a public hearing be held prior to a vote. If it is the desire of the county commission for the planning board to fast-track new solar regulations, we will make it happen. If state law comes down later in the year, or so we cannot, or so we can always amend to include other things that's necessary. I will personally work to get new regulations to the planning commission, and hopefully before you within the next 2 months. So theoretically, within 90 days, we can have new and legally adopted regulations for this body to consider and hopefully adopt. Regulations that fit the county and its citizens, as well as regulations that gives clear directions for this type of development. This will allow all interested solar parties to move forward, signing their contracts and moving their project along, and give our boards better regulations to apply to the project. If this is not done in the next 90 or 120 days, put these amendments up for a vote before the legislative body and grandfather it in so that they can move forward. Thank you for your time and consideration. Answer any questions.
So you said that you think you believe that y'all can present to us a resolution or a
Well, we've had a couple. Mr. Russell attests to it. Of course, as I said in my report, we got kicked to death in the one in December. One that the key ingredients we can't get with in our workshop highlighted this is setbacks and density. Setbacks on how far we're going to be from a neighbor's property line, and then the density on how much we're going to allow. The Hickory Valley project, 2,100 acres. Our plans, 1,400 of that 2,100 is going to be in solar. Sure, they've already got their application in. I mean, we can't do anything to that. They're in a lawsuit with us. 1,400 acres, I think, is way out of range.
They are suing us now.
Now, we are defendants with Pico Lake in a lawsuit. We are the defendants. The plaintiffs sued Pico Lake, Gringo Energy, and the Hardeman County Planning Commission for the actions we took. And I promise you, we'll do our best. Like I said, I thought we had a good code. Mr. Russell will probably attest to that. And we got picked apart. I mean, they're already threatening to sue us in the very workshop that we were at. Jim will attest to that as well.
So the solar companies are threatening to sue us, or other people?
Well, the lawyers were they wink, we can challenge this.
So we're supposed to be helping the company.
Well, that's my point too. So
that don't make no sense.
Absolutely. My first goal as a planning commission member is to protect our citizens of Hardeman County. If it gets in the agenda of a big corporation, and I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'm really not. I'm going to do whatever's best for our citizens. And that's the way I feel.
Andy, you mentioned that there were two areas that you couldn't come together on the planning commission, and the setbacks, or what was it?
The setbacks, yeah, the setbacks and the density of the projects.
The size of the projects and where it's set, or how is density? What do you define as density?
Density, they define density in different ways. I'm going to be quite honest. I'm a little bit murky on that. Density, in my opinion, is how many acres. If you got 1,000 acres, how much is that 1,000 acres is that farm going to cover? In my opinion, that's what density is. In my opinion, they look at it different ways, and they know more about that as far as solar than I do. And I'm not saying they're wrong and I'm right or whatever, but how they define densities as exactly where that solar panel is going and how close together they are. They can correct me when they get up there if I'm wrong about that.
So you think we've got a good plan except for those two items? So the county has a good plan.
Jim will attest to this, and Mr. Russell will too, and that's the nuts and bolts of the thing. I think we're all together as far as buffers, as far as the trees. And that thing and the size of the fence, we argued a little bit about whether to put a 6-foot or 8-foot fence up. As you guys know, in Hardeman County, I tried to tell them, a deer can jump an 8-foot fence, they can walk over a 6-foot fence. I mean, you know, so, I mean, you know, so that's my opinion.
So we don't have a bad plan.
I don't think we have a bad plan, but again, you know, as y'all well know, anything we do, if it's not right, we can amend it. We can come back and get the concerns. Again, our main concern is the citizens of this county, the landowner that this solar farm is next to. He has rights, or she has rights too. And let me say, there's no bigger advocate of landowner rights than me. I believe he or she should be able to do what they want to do with their property. But we live in America, and if you think that that's the case, I got some most of our property in Arizona, because it's not. I mean, in my occupation as a farmer, we get hammered. They tell us when we can plow, how we can plow, what chemicals we can use, where we can do it, where we can't. Go down in the hedge bottom and try to clear a creek off and see what happens. The EPA is going to send you a nasty letter and send you a really bad fine, and that might be your property.
So my understanding is, you know, we didn't do a moratorium for a year. That does not mean we have to wait for a year. We can do a better job, planning commission, come up with better planning. 2 months, 3 months, bring it back to us. So that's what you're suggesting.
That's what, absolutely. That's what I'm suggesting. We'll get it done. I mean, to the point of solar. Solar's here. I can see that. It's here. We have 2 working farms. One of them got turned on today. It's here. We got it. To their credit, we got to give them a roadmap to tell them what they can do. They'll be the first one to tell you that our solar code is crap. I mean, it is what it is. So, you know, that's my opinion.
And do you think that your group and the solar companies can sit down and come up with?
Well, in my opinion, Mr. Vickers, we have gave them ample amount of time to speak. Now, I mean, we will have to have a public hearing when it comes up to this, and we'll give them their 2 minutes in the sun and be glad to. But, you know, ultimately, Mr. Russell, as he said a while ago, we've been dealing with this junk, and it's piled up this high. I think all of us are just getting tired. We're tired of coming up and having this forum in front of y'all. Let's get something passed. I mean, let it make sense. And that's all I'm asking for. I mean, the solar people will tell you that we need to do this.
With all due respect, we don't want to do something, then next week they said, we need to do something else.
Absolutely.
We've gone down that road time after time after time. Let's get this thing a little bit better.
Let's get it right.
Let's get it right.
Absolutely.
It'll never be right.
Well, we know that. But we can strive to get there.
So we can be positive.
Just right word, strive.
That's right.
Any other questions? Any questions for Mr. Sheffield? Thank you, Mr. Sheffield. Any other, is the public, we've got some family coming up. Would you please state your name, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Sarah Wilson Fowler, and my dad and the Mabias family filed a lawsuit against the Bigelow Lake Hickory Valley Solar Power Plant. We appreciate all the work that Mr. Shelton and the Planning Commission has taken time to read the case and bring it to the attention of the County Commission, that our current solar regulations were adopted illegally, as Mr. Shelton has said, without a public hearing. So how can it have standing? We are hopeful that once our case is reviewed and answered by the county, that a mutual consent can be reached or a judge can rule on the facts. I do not understand why some of the commissioners are so intent on grandfathering the Hickory Valley project or any new project that makes application under the zoning laws that are not legal and enforceable. Please give the Planning Commission the opportunity to write good solar regulations for all to approve. I'm asking that you not vote on grandfathering the extension or any project from the moratorium. And it's a shame that our two families have to hire legal counsel to correct an illegal action performed by previous administration and commissions. Thank you for allowing me to comment on this matter. And I have seen many solar farms. I hate to disagree with you, but I don't think any of them are pretty. You can dress up a pig, but it's still a pig.
Good evening, I'm John Cooper with the law firm Holland and Knight. I'm here on behalf of Greengo Energy. I will not take 2 minutes. I just wanted to remind the commission that as was stated by Mr. Pierce, Greengo operated under the rules that were in place. Now, the lady that just spoke is a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the commission, planning commission, and against Greengo. There has been no determination made that the existing zoning resolution was passed illegally. That is their allegation. They have, that's being litigated. So I just want to get that on the record that that is not a fact that has been determined by a court. I also want to remind the commission that, Greengo relied on the rules that were in place. And if those rules need to change for future solar farms, we completely understand that. But they have invested $3.5 million in reliance on the 2015 zoning resolution and the site plan approval that they got in place because of that. So we're here in support of Amendment 3. It does not do anything to the moratorium. The moratorium stays in place. Any future companies that want to come in, they're going to have to abide by that moratorium. We're just asking that we be treated under the rules that we were given approval under. Thank you.
Yes.
How y'all doing? Just want to speak on behalf of myself and some of the other young farmers and ag business people around the county, and just want to let y'all know that we're coming from a place to where we're from this county. We went to school in this county. We're building families in this county, own houses, and we're trying to prosper in this place. And in the ag sector, we can't do that with them taking 46% of the farmland. Because I've got some stats here from University of Tennessee Ag here, and this is a 2018 study, so I know the numbers are a little different, but if anything, they're bigger at this point. And in 2018, $1.39 million in output was coming from agriculture in Hardeman County, agriculture and ag business. And it accounted for 1,237 jobs. And they say they want 3% of Hardeman County land, but they're not going and taking your kudzu ditches that are sitting down there and cleaning them up. And they're not taking your sand bottoms down there, cleaning them up and putting solar panels on them. They're taking prime farmland that is on top, that is important to the way that we live, and that is our main bottom line. And that only doesn't include just farmers. That's your truckers, that's your co-op in Bolivar, your co-op in Grand Junction, your Simplot in Whiteville, your Nutrient Ag. You've got hundreds of people. You're talking about thousands of people actually. But I mean, we stand to lose, 46% of the ground if they take all prime farmland in that 3%. And you're talking about, I've got the figure here, there's 427,520 acres in Hardeman County. And in that UT study in 2018, in total corn and soybean production, there was 27,584 acres. And they're looking at 12,825 of it for solar panels right now. So if they take that, you're going to kill our ag industry completely and totally. And you're not talking about just farmers or people that own businesses. You're talking about the people that run the spreaders. You're talking about people that just work on the farm, throwing bales, that are making their money, that are feeding this town too. They're getting their biscuits at yachts in the morning, and they're going to the Junction Inn for lunch, and they're coming to Simon's on a Friday night,
and spending money in this county, and we're counting on y'all to hopefully keep us alive and help us out and vote in our favor and keep this at bay as long as possible. And as a 25-year-old man, I think I speak for the rest of my 30 and under ag business and ag employees, and I'm got a kid that we're gonna bring up in Hardeman County schools, and I know the rest of them are building families too, and we just ask y'all to keep that in mind, that when y'all vote against this, you're voting for us who actually live in this county and have a stake in it, and not from these people that are gonna run back to Nashville and not put red cent in this county. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Kirk.
Good evening, County Commission. I'm gonna take a stand on for what's over there. I've grown up in this county, been here 61 years, so I'm not looking to do anything to harm our county. BEA would not do the project without studying the project, without knowing the benefits of it. The biggest benefit we're gonna see is right now, it's an investment they're making in our infrastructure, a little over $2.5 million. That my ratepayers, your citizens, are gonna have to come up with. I've gotta have a switch house in that substation this year, which is $500,000. The other upgrades can wait a little bit, but they're gonna invest in our infrastructure. Not only that, it's something that, a prime example of what solar farms are doing now, is what happened to us in December. Everybody remembers Winter Storm Elliott. Our solar farm went online December 21st. Winter Storm Elliott hit December 23rd. We used our solar farm on Mecklenburg to electrify 300 homes in that time. We reduced our power load to TVA that they were asking for, which helped us reduce the amount of people that did blackout. So, they're benefiting us already. I think the solar farms are a good fit for us. It's an economic boost for our county. And like I said, I would not be backing anything unless I thought it was a good fit for Hardeman County and benefit us in the general. So, any questions from me?
Tony, what sources do we get our power from in this county?
Well, all our source of power comes from TVA, other than our generation farm. It comes from hydro, nuclear, and coal, and some natural gas. We've got 7 delivery points that come from 7 different feeds of TVA.
Why do you think we had those rolling blackouts?
The rolling blackouts occur because TVA is maxed out at their generation point. That's why they're doing these solar projects around. That's why they let the LPC, the local power companies, invest in a flexibility, which is solar, wind, any carbon generation. That's why we got that farm. They're maxed out. They have purchased power from other utilities like Duke and other places like that, people like that. And at that time, that storm hit everybody, and they called their power in, and the peak load kept going higher and higher, so that's the reason we had to go to blackouts. That's what they're hoping to do. We put generation in other places like solar, natural gas, and things like that.
I think you and I and everybody would agree, solar's not the answer to all.
It's not.
It's just a bridge
It's
in
just
case
a
we needed to help along with the nuclear, with the hydro, coal. It's just a bridge. And we're not looking for solar to take over everything and be our one source.
Solar will not. That's just gonna be a small amount of the generation part.
How would you turned on the grid this morning on Silicon Ranch, out there in Mecklenburg.
Right.
And has that, you might just mention this, did that help us during the blackout?
It was, like I said,
How did it help us?
well, we generated power during the blackout, during the day, and we, supply electricity for over 300 homes in our service area, just off that farm alone.
That small farm out
That
there?
small farm, yeah.
But, you know, one of the reasons we're here tonight is for the moratorium stance, and I'm for the moratorium. I can't really tell you nothing about that, but one of the reasons we're here is the silicon in the Heber community, which I own the land out there in that community, and the transmission lines goes across any of my land. But what do you see with that project? What will it mean to Hardeman County and consumers?
Well, it'll be an economic boost for Hardeman County because of the tax dollars that provide here. But no, can't really nothing supply any infrastructure for our people. My ratepayers and our consumers, it means I don't have to borrow $2.5 million to upgrade a substation that's 40 years old. They're gonna supply the funds to do that.
What kind of output do you think it's gonna have?
The output on that solar farm stick at 50 megawatts. Right, 50 megawatts.
And that would power what?
They're gonna sell the TVA and they'll put it back over the system. You know, our 3.25 does about 300 to 400 homes.
What was the megawatts on that? I couldn't.
Which one?
For the, Mr. Franklin just asked, is it 50 megawatts?
On the solar farm on P-line, that's about 50 megawatts.
Tony, what would waiting 90 or 120 days, how would it affect?
It was, Southern Ranch has got a deadline with EPA to submit their proposal and submit their funding. And if they don't meet that deadline, it's possible that they get their funds and their contract pulled.
Is there a deadline before that, 120 days?
You have to ask them what the deadline is. I know that we are supposed to be in service with our interconnection by 1st of 26, well, end of 25, 1st of 26. And it would take more than new power transformer 24 months or, you know, quickly we get one of those in there. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Howell, will you come in for, to speak for public comment? Yes, sir.
I have no idea what I do, but I'm listening, guys. I know every one of you. And what we're looking at is, we're looking at a win-lose situation. Few people in the room can win by expanding their business. BEA can win by helping our utility. The citizens that farm can lose if we do it wrong. In my life, business is about win, win, win. All parties should win. All parties should walk away from a deal better than they came to the deal. As I turn around, Mr. Hall, young farmer, I see Mr. Mitchell, he knows a heck of a lot about zoning and planning. Mr. Sheldon knows about farming. The folks over here that are affected know about farming. I propose we take a little time. I want things done as quickly and as efficiently as they can be done. But let's take a little time, involve these folks in a boardroom and not in a courtroom. You know, let's use Hardeman counties to sit at the table. You know, I don't know all Hardeman County to be solar, but I want some solar here. If not, we're gonna be behind. You know, thanks to Mr. Kirk, I'm gonna have fiber optic in my house pretty soon. That's progress. So let's work together. Let's don't stall. Let's don't kick it down the road. Let's get people together and discuss and put together real plans. And, you know, the attorney back here, I guess there's a reason for attorneys. I guess there's a reason for attorneys. But attorneys are last resorts. We're Hardeman counties. Let's handle our own business. Let's do our business. And then if we have to, let's call one a messenger. We do it exactly right. But we can determine what percentage of the county could be effectively used for solar, how much needs to be retained for farming. Let's do it together, guys.
Hi, Commission, and everyone else. My name is Maury Hill. I work at Silicon Ranch. Let me first say I appreciate all of the commentary back and forth tonight. Truly, there's clearly a lot of passion and a lot of questions, I think, and maybe some confusion on what's going on. So I just want to take a minute, hopefully less than 2 minutes, to just talk about why we got here. First of all, I want to differentiate. We are Silicon Ranch. We are not involved in any lawsuit right now with anybody or with the county. We have no agenda for any 3% of land. Honestly, I don't know where that came from, but with would love to know, but that's no part of our agenda. We were awarded a contract for 55 megawatts of power, signed a power purchase agreement, and then we began to look for land. We identified the plot of land on Peabody Road, entered into a purchase option with that land, and began conducting surveys to see if it was suitable for this development. We've invested somewhere in the ballpark of $500,000 to $1 million so far. During that, we attended the solar workshop with the Planning Commission to try to get the regulations right. We have worked with counties all over the country, followed 100 different regulations for solar every time. Happy to follow whatever regulations are put in place. And then the moratorium was enacted. How we got here tonight is, after the moratorium was enacted, I think the Planning Commission heard from people such as Tony Kirk that, hey, maybe we should carve out this project that's already under contract, and it was already moving forward before we shut the doors to it. Those are the amendments we're talking about today. We are in favor of Amendment 4, as is the Planning Commission recommended and Mr. Pierce has recommended. And again, this does not approve our project. We still have to go by whatever guidelines you all put in place. As Mr. Kirk said, this wouldn't even come online until the end of 2025, so we are a ways out. Does not approve it, we still have to go through all the appropriate hoops and follow whatever regulations you all have in place. But it just allows us to keep moving forward. Whereas now we can buy land, we're not gonna buy land if there's a halt on solar approval in the county, if that makes sense. So we are moving forward, letting us move forward during the moratorium. That's kind of why we're here. I hope that clears the air on some things. Got several colleagues here who can help me if I don't know the answers, but I'm happy to answer the questions you all may have.
This just gonna, like you just said, this is just gonna help you continue with your work here in Hardeman County. It's not, you're gonna go by whatever comes up in September, October, whenever Planning Commission gets back together,
yeah, whether it's in September or
October. You're gonna follow the road.
Exactly.
This just allows you to continue work here that you've already spent $1 million in.
Exactly, and whether the guidelines come out in October or whether they come out in 90 days, that's been suggested, whatever it is. And you know, Commissioner Bell, I know you said I wish we had guidelines. I was under the understanding that after the solar workshop, there was a pretty good agreement reached from the citizens and from the industry and everybody that was there. But maybe that's not it, maybe it's something else. But we are here to follow any guidelines you all put forth. But we were under contract and the moratorium was commenced, and that's why people recommended.
Yeah, we're not giving you exemption from any rules that's coming down the pike in your future. All we're doing is just allowing you to continue your work.
Moving towards a 2 or 3 years in the future.
Did you say 2 or 3 years in the future? Is that what you just said for your last statement?
Yes, end of 2025.
Yeah, our power purchase agreement, actually, the solar plant is supposed to be online by December of 2024. But for infrastructure, it could be pushed back another year.
I've got a question. If you're looking for, what, 2.5 years before you're going online, how is 60 days gonna screw that up? If we've got a good set of regulations that we can put in place?
Well, I mean,
2.5 years seems like a long time.
Well, I hesitate to say this, but 60 days might not, but the 12-month moratorium. Yeah, so that I'm just learning about this tonight. The 12-month moratorium is when people, Tony Kirk and Mayor Tizik and maybe others, came to the Planning Commission and said, hey, we've got to let this project keep going. And that's why the Planning Commission recommended and Jim Pierce recommended the amendments tonight. The 60 days is a brand new thing to me. I would have to go back and check with people that are paid more than me that we could still move forward with that, but that's a whole different ballgame than 12 months. Good question. Any questions?
My question is for Andy. Do you think 90 days y'all could have something?
I guess, I'll let, Mr. Pierce, he can tune in, and you think we can do it?
I gotta have everybody in here help me co-author it, maybe sometime before we finish that bypass around Baldwin. Everybody sit down, shut up. I promise you, in 30 days I can present.
Absolutely. You know, we could have a little less, and I get public hearings. That's what I just spoke about. And sometimes it gets a little, you know, there's a lot of lobbying that goes on after hours. Each and every one of y'all can attest to that. And, you know, we can get a little less of that after hours. We can get something done.
So 90 days and then 60 days and now 30 days is being discussed. There's one of those we like more than the other. But we want the same goal, which is clarity. We want the guidelines and we can follow those.
Well, again, you know, you're talking, you said 90 days, 60 days, 30 days being discussed, but of course, does that have to do with you? I mean, we're just gonna give you the permit of going ahead and working in Hardeman County. You're not changing any rules, you're not doing that, you just need permission. The moratorium was a break on you and your government.
Yeah, essentially, we would be foolish to move forward with purchasing the land. This is a big one, under the cloud of a 12-month moratorium with who knows what at the end of that.
Mr. Wilson.
What is your deadline on your purchase agreement?
That's a good question. Patrick, Mike Carly, Patrick.
We've got to make, the reason that everything Morgan, I agree with everything Morgan said, the reason that this is a true deadline is we've got 1 month to decide to purchase this land or not. And, you know, we picked Hardeman County because of business certainty. We thought it was a good place to build a solar farm. We appreciate all the comments here tonight about passing regulations, but right now there's a 12-month moratorium in place. There's no guarantee that's going to get lifted. There's a risk that the project will be canceled. So we're here to get business certainty, just like anyone that has a business here. You go into the county, you think you get the business approved, and there's a moratorium in place. It starts causing a lot of risk. So we're here this is not approving the solar farm, it's just giving you a chance to move forward, being on a level playing field with other solar companies. And we'd still be subject to whatever ordinance is passed. This is just to keep the project moving forward.
I understand that, what we're looking at is a date. How much time do you got before you get to the point where you can't go on your project?
The option we have to buy on this land expires in 1 month. There's no guarantee that they'll extend it.
Okay, you have an option, you have an option to that.
Option to purchase.
You don't have to purchase it, okay.
What's the deadline on the TVA contract?
We have a power purchase agreement where this solar farm is supposed to be online by December 13th, 2024. The current 12-month moratorium makes that impossible to meet. There's financial penalties for us as a company if we can't meet that deadline. And the moratorium is not something we get relief for.
What was your name, sir?
Patrick Kunis and I also work for Southern Ranch.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
I mean, it almost sounds like to me we're real close to working this thing out. You're okay with the 60 days, and you're saying you will abide by regulations that come from the planning commission. But if we grandfather you, you don't necessarily have to abide by those regulations, even though you say you do. Is that correct, Andy? Is that right?
Jim can attest to this better than me, because I'm gonna be honest, as I said before, I don't have no clue what our resolutions are and what our guidelines are.
I understand the time sensitive matter with them in their own. The open conversation today has been whatever we mature into as far as regulations. Whether they come out of our office or the state sends us a magical playbook, this is how you want to answer that. They're willing to get those replies.
I believe we would not be grandfathered into any regulations, is what I'm hearing. I think this, I mean, I don't even know if we're talking about the amendments tonight anymore at this point, but Amendment 4 would just permit us to use regulation on this property. There's nothing about any regulations.
They conceded openly, and now they're doing it in this public hearing, that they're going to concede to whatever our regulations dwarf into. I mean, I don't know how we get a better scenario than this, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm open to it. They got 60 days.
other questions?
30 days, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
It was 30 days ago, so once.
Thank you very much. And then, I think we have one more. Mayor McKinney.
It's 8:52. Before can we just stretch for a minute? I'm usually done with my meeting by so got some stuff here, some letters. I stand here in a different setting than anybody else that's probably stood before me. I can feel where y'all are at as elected officials. And what you guys have to make a decision for is the whole entire county. I'm mayor of Baldwin. I represent a little over 5,000 people. Everything we do at City Hall, they don't agree with. Y'all represent 25,000 or so, some of our citizens. Unfortunately, you're gonna make some of them upset. You're gonna make some of them happy. But I got some big letters here. I don't know how y'all can pass this around. I got a letter here from myself in my office, as well as a letter from State Representative Shaw. I spoke to him, me and Mr. Shaw spoke about this, and we've been in touch through this process. He will be here tonight in support of the amendment, but of course he's in Nashville. As they're passing that out, I also have a letter here from Jackson. Also have a letter here from Hal Spurgeon, which is the chamber director of the Jackson Chamber. And you may first ask the question, what does that Jackson Chamber have to do with what we're doing in Hardeman County? And we shouldn't care about them, they shouldn't care about us. But let me explain something to you guys outside of where we at and where we are now. I'm not sure when the moratorium was starting to be discussed, but Silicon Ranch, and I'm here speaking on behalf of this amendment for the greater good of the county. Me standing up here now, I'm probably getting darts tossed in my back standing here doing this, but I understand the seriousness behind this matter. It's a lot more than solar than what we're talking about here. Jackson Chamber, I spoke with mayors in Haywood County as well as Fayette County. Once we put this moratorium in place, I don't know if you guys really fully understood the moratorium, but I would say as being an elected official, you're going to learn a whole lot about a lot of random stuff, but it's your responsibility to go and do that research. The moratorium that you put in place to wait to see what's going to happen with the state is not going to tell us. I mean, it's going to be a slim to none chance that the state is going to put in the zoning requirements for counties. You just can't put a blanket zoning requirement in for a state like Tennessee when you have mountains in East Tennessee and flatland in West Tennessee. It's going to fall on the group right here. I'm sorry, I hate to tell you. I thank the world of Andy. We've talked through this, the Planning Commission. I mean, we've been good through all of this. I hate to tell y'all this, but it's going to be y'all that's going to have to make this decision. We can't wait for the state to decide what we're going to do in Hardeman County. It's 16 commissioners up here, plus our county mayor. There's 99 House of Representative members, I think 33 senators. Out of all 100 and what's that, 32, all of my math is right. Out of all of them, I trust 2 of them to do what's best for Hardeman County. It's Senator Wallet and Representative Shaw. You guys are going to have to make the decision for Hardeman County. Putting this moratorium in place threw red flags all over the state with economic development, mainly in West Tennessee because of multiple projects, one being Blue Oval City that's wanting clean energy, as well as TVA and the federal mandate that TVA is under to provide clean energy. So solar is here, like Andy mentioned, solar is here, it's not going anywhere. When Silicon Ranch went into this project, and I'm speaking, like I said, with them because of the economic development aspect of it, when they went into this deal, they had no clue whatsoever that we would be talking about a moratorium in the middle of this project. I mean, you guys put yourself in their shoes, and I will say this. I thank the world of everybody that spoke that I knew that came up here earlier. But guess what? They're buying property. They own property in Hardeman County right now. They're not just outside people anymore. They're tax-paying citizens or tax-paying businesses that's in this county that's going to bring tax money to this county. So they're just not out of town, it's out of town company. They're going to make money, yeah, absolutely. They probably won't say this, they're going to make a ton of money off this. That's okay, I don't care, it's the American way. But they're going to invest $50 million in construction of this project here. $50 million. When you start talking about $50 million, I mean, come on, y'all, like, it takes time to put this stuff together. And it's not, I hate to say this, no disrespect to anybody up here, it's not their fault, including any other solar company. It's not their fault that we don't understand our own rules and what's going on. That's not their fault. We can't change the rules in the middle of the game here. We're going to have to figure out what we're going to do, and guess what? Like I said earlier, everybody's not going to like it. But when we get through talking about this, y'all got lawsuits to deal with, you got roads to build, you got schools need things to be done to them. This tax money can help with that. So, I mean, we got to figure out how to be partners and play together in this. Economic Development, ETBA, have went into a contract with Silicon Ranch to provide clean energy. If we're making it difficult for them, we can hang up any kind of relationship that we have with ECD and TBA moving forward with incentives. If I looked it up last, I think 49 grants in Hardeman County totaling over $27 million to ECD. Like, they're a partner in our community. We need to figure out how to work with them and make sure that, I mean, I hate to say this is not the first round with the county going into stuff, in and out, back and forth. We're going to do this, we're not going to do this. That puts a bad taste in the state's mouth when we're doing stuff like this. So, doing an amendment, and I don't know if you guys understand what I say, do your homework on it. Doing an amendment, passing this amendment, they still have to follow the site review. They still have to go through that same process. But the 2015 regulations were put in. They put a solar property, solar farm there in Mecklenburg. They work with the city, they work with the county here. And it's fine, it's not hurting anybody. Like, it's okay. And what they're doing on these other properties, what Tony talked about earlier, and whether you hate solar or not, Tony he's a part of our community, and what he's doing with BEA is great. We want fiber, we want change, we want all this stuff, but we got to put the regulations in place, go ahead and do it. And I'm sorry, you're gonna have people upset. If you guys do pass this amendment and you come back and do another public hearing, you're gonna have another group of people fussing and they're gonna be upset. And I understand that. I understand their passion. But you 16 commissioners up here, you have to look at the whole picture here and the whole body of people that you represent. And it's more than just the people that's gonna be upset by this. But I've worked with some of you guys on economic development projects, and I'm sorry, but it's going to be hard for our cities and our counties to incentivize anything economic and community development-wise when we keep doing stuff like this. I don't want any more negativity on the county than we already have. So, if you don't understand, pick up the phone and call, but it's not the planning commission's final decision. It's this group up here. Y'all are elected officials. I get it. I'm in the same place, and like I said, I could easily not say anything about this and stay out of it. But I know the importance behind the relationship here. They're not leasing property. They're coming in here and spending money and buying property. And it's not fair to them for us to come 30 days later when the option is not in to say, sorry, we can't do it. That's not their fault. I don't want that representation for my county. I don't want that to be, it's hard to do business in Hardeman County. But I think we can all get together. We got Andy Shelton here who spoke, and them talked about it. If he can come together and figure out how to make this work as a former, come on, we can make this work, we can put this together and do it. But y'all, I don't know how it got to this point. I'm sorry y'all didn't know about it. I would have known. I talked to Bobby, I think, the day that you guys was voting on this moratorium, and he didn't know any of the stuff. Nobody had informed him on any of this stuff. So if the commissioners didn't know about the moratorium, I'm pretty sure these people that's invested millions of dollars in. So let's put our good foot forward and say, hey, we are for development in this county, and we can coexist. We got to figure out how to coexist with people that's moving from different areas of the state, different areas of this country. We can't keep looking at people as outsiders and we don't want them here. So they're coming here, spending money, investing in our community. Let's figure out how to be a good neighbor. So that's where I'm at. Like I said, I know I probably will make quite a few people upset, but I'm sorry, we need to figure figure out how to make this work for them. So I'll answer any questions from anybody have for us. And also that one you mentioned, that wasn't Silver Farm Ranch. That's not their property that you're talking about. I think you said Stanville or Selmer or something you said earlier. So yeah, you mentioned a form that you talked about how hideous it was when they were all.
No, that's over McNair.
Yeah, but that's not. No.
I'm not saying that it is the property. All I'm just saying is that we need to put good guidelines in place, and we've heard that we can do that in days, thereabouts, and even those gentlemen think that that's something that's doable.
Mayor, you've been in touch with Senator Wally and Representative Shaw. Could you just tell us a little bit what they shared with you?
Well, the issue that our conversation is like this. The ECD is on the hook, as well as TVA is on the hook to provide clean energy for Blue Oval, as well as Blue Oval's Tier 1 and Tier 2 suppliers. And that's why it's not a county federal mandate. But that's why these deadlines are in place. If you notice, they are aligned with all of that. And so by us making this difficult, like I said, they had already chose to be here before this process came about. So us putting the brakes on that, that's where our frustration, is. And the risk that we take doing this and making it more difficult than we already have, the relationship with ECD and TVA is why I'm standing here today. Because anytime I have any industry that's interested in moving to Hardeman County or city or Baldwin, the first call I'm making is the ECD. The first call I'm making. And I don't want to keep making a call to ECD and when they have something on the county's end or city's end that we hadn't been planning, we've been difficult to work with.
Again, I just want to talk about, we're not here tonight to delegate regulations, setbacks, all that. What we're here tonight is just to let Silicon Ranch proceed with all their economic development, work with ECD, and go ahead. If we put the brakes on for 12 months, then, or a moratorium on them, if they fall under regulation for our moratorium, then it's over with Silicon Ranch in Rockland County. Would you agree or not agree?
That's my personal opinion. That's Silicon Ranch, ECD, TVA.
What kind of thoughts do you think ECD and other companies would have upon Hardeman County if we did that?
Well, I'm standing here because of the calls I got from people in my contacts at ECD. And like I said, the letter I gave you from Cal Spurgeon and Jackson, I've heard comments, why do we care about what somebody thinks in Madison County? Well, I'm selfish. We're partners in this, and what they do affects us, and what we do affects them. So, it's a relationship thing, and we're all trying to do what we can to build our communities, and we're working together with this.
I have the utmost confidence in our planning commission with Angie and everyone, but that's not, we don't need to put any pressure on them tonight, 30 days, 60 days. They just need to get together and work this out. That has no bearing on what we're discussing tonight about Silicon proceeding. We just want to introduce this moratorium, this amendment, so they can proceed and follow through with their commitments.
Yeah, this amendment, in my opinion, is a sort of vote of confidence that, like I said, would you invest $50 million to do construction when the governing body that you have to abide by may or may not make a decision in time for you to make a deal work? It's a lot of money. And it didn't just happen yesterday. I'm sorry for the commissioners that just found out, some of this stuff y'all hearing probably is y'all first time hearing. I'm sorry, but that's just the reality that we're in. Y'all are the elected officials, and like I said, I can stand here and say I feel exactly where you're at, but it is what it is.
But like I told you the other day, I don't want to do this tonight, and tomorrow people start calling saying, you've done the wrong thing, this is what you should have done, this is what you should have known. I don't understand why 30, 60 days is going to make or break this project.
Because you have a 30-day option to buy the land, and like I said, you don't have them calls. That's what you signed up for. And I hate it. Like, I get them calls too.
That's why we don't rush to judgment. We make sure we have the facts. And the planning commission and zoning has enough time get things together, we're all on the same page and understand what's going on.
We do have the same people on all issues.
And violent, no disrespect, but this just, I mean, it's not like we're talking about the first solar project that's gonna be involved or Hardeman County. It's already here. We already have regulations here. The regulations that we have wasn't necessarily said that the regulations were illegal. It's the process and the procedure. Like that's the argument here, not the regulations, it's the process and procedure. I'm sorry, government is slow. I hate it. It takes forever to make stuff work. You don't start a day and think in 30 days the project is gonna be done. It just don't happen like that. Like, I mean, it's money being spent, already been spent, and like I said, I'm sorry, you know, we're friends. I mean, we're gonna agree on some things, we're gonna disagree on some stuff. But I guarantee you, whatever you do, somebody's gonna call and say, good job. I guarantee you, whatever you do, they're gonna call and say, you're crazy for doing it. They ain't gotta call you. Just wait till this meeting's over. I guarantee you somebody's gonna put up and say, thank you, or I don't agree with you.
Yeah, but I don't mind that, but facts is facts. When you get facts after you vote on something, you should have got before, that bothers me.
And I'm sorry, that wasn't because of me or whoever. But unfortunately, you didn't get the facts after, but that's where we are now. And as an elected official of this government body, you gotta make a tough decision and make something happen. I mean, I don't know why it didn't get put out to who or whatever. I can't speak to that, but, you know, and if I knew earlier on, I had no clue about a moratorium happening until probably, I guess, November. But whenever y'all did it, I had no clue until we started reaching out. And Silicon Ranch has reached out multiple times saying, what can we do to make it work? How can we make this? I mean, they're trying to play ball right and follow the rules. I mean, give them some rules and don't change it in the middle of it. You know, and I don't know why the board decided to do the moratorium, but if you read, I don't know if any of y'all here read the moratorium that the state has put in place. They're doing a study, and they're going to bring back what they got in the study. There's not any laws or any mandates that's going to come from that. So to wait a year to get that, and then you're still going to be in the same situation. And if we haven't came, this will never even discussed. And so, you know, it's the responsibility of this board to do the homework and the research.
And that's exactly what we're trying to do, is to give people time to do the research, and come up with a even level playing field that we can go forward from here on. We're suffering a lot from doing things without having a good, we're gonna have a meeting with lawyers in a little while, because we moved forward and may have done things without proper planning. We need to have our ducks in a row when it comes to this. The last thing we need to do is wind up regretting a decision that we made just because we tried to rush through. And again, we're only talking about a few months.
Commissioner, this is not about planning. This is not about planning and rules and regulations. This is just a simple fact, allowing Silicon Ranch to continue.
I know that's what you're,
but you keep on bringing up planning and rules, and that's not anything to do with tonight.
So we're waiting for the state to come up with their recommendations so that we can.
No, we're not.
No, that's what we had voted on.
That's the moratorium.
Exactly. And you're all wanting to amend the moratorium.
We're not really,
Yes,
we are amending the
You want to
moratorium.
amend the moratorium,
But-
to put a pause on it, or to put a parentheses around it.
But you're coming
and
in-
grandfather somebody in. And again, all I'm saying is that if a moratorium was a valid thing to do, and I think it was, and we all agreed that it was, it doesn't make sense just because someone's in a rush, and I get it. I wish that they weren't in a rush. I wish that all of this hadn't happened, but it did. But it doesn't make sense to grandfather something in, which can cause a whole another set of problems. Because if you grandfather one, that doesn't preclude others from saying we should have been grandfathered in. So you're showing favoritism, and that opens up another can.
Have you read the amendment?
I read it, but I'm not a lawyer. I mean,
Well, what I'm saying, if you read the amendment, it says in there how it works, and like, I don't want to come off as being disrespectful at all. I promise you I don't. But the moratorium that this board put in place, that's the easy way out, because you got a room full of people in here that's clapping and screaming when you're saying what you want them, that you're saying what they want to hear.
Well, that's,
And
you're putting a motive behind what we did.
no, let me speak, Mr. Bell. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is, but if you had read the moratorium, you would have saw that what you're saying is incorrect. That's all I'm saying. Like, and we're not here, we're here on the amendment to that to include a project that has a connection with TVA, economic development, and if there are no other, and Jim can tell you, are there any other companies right now that have a contract with TVA for solar in Hardin County?
And again, I'm not, it's no disparity, but this is not news. It's not like, oh, we didn't know about it. I mean, this was all, we knew when we voted on this 2 months ago. I mean, this is not news.
Maybe you were privy to information that Commissioner Lyle spoke to, or not, because they were.
There's several solar projects in the works here in the county. Did you not know about this 2 months ago? About their business?
Yes, I did, and but we're here now because, like we talked about process and procedure, we couldn't have had a meeting then and changed it because you have to have a public hearing. Same thing Emily spoke about. You have to have a public hearing, which requires 15 days to be put into the newspaper. The meeting is set on certain days, so I mean, you can't just, sorry, government doesn't work as fast as we want it to work. And I didn't know about the moratorium. I did not know about it. A lot of people did not know about it. And I'm pretty sure you did not know the connection that Silicon Ranch had with TVA and ECD. So, I mean, that's why I'm standing here, because of that. And when I found that out, that's when I started making calls where the commissioners that I spoke to did not have that information. So, I mean, here's where we are now, but they did not have that information then. So if you did, great. But, I mean, from what we're talking about, this amendment does not affect what you're trying to do. This amendment, we can do both. We can be creative here. We don't have to be in this box. We can pass this amendment to let them move forward on a $50 million investment. We can pass this amendment, they can move forward. It's probably safe to say that they probably won't even have a permit up here in 30 days. But if I'm about to spend $50 million, I want to know that this board is going to be okay with me doing that, because this same board just said 2 months ago, we don't want to do anything for a year. So, I mean, you can understand the situation here. So we do this, we can bring that back to the planning commission. Planning commission can come out, and I think, like Andy said, it's only 2 things that the discussion is back and forth about. Get that passed, but they have to have 15 days to have a meeting. We can't say, I know everybody's probably in favor of that, but the process that you have to go through, you have 15 days to put a public hearing notice in the newspaper. It only comes out on Friday. So there's a certain amount of time you can do that. Once that date is set, once they get what they decide to get done and make those recommendations, you have to go back through that 15-day process. That's 30 days just with public hearing notices. That's not even counting the meeting setup and getting things paid. So we can still do that, but I mean, it would be nice to know that we can send a message, not just to Silicon Ranch, but to ECD and TVA and our state partners, saying that, hey, we're going to work together. We're going to figure out how we can get this done. But just saying we're going to keep the can down the road, we can't do it anymore. And like I said, there's been a lot of issues that the county has been facing. You haven't seen me stand up here too many times about it. That lets you know I'm like, this is a major issue. And when people are from ECD is calling me saying, what are y'all doing in Hardin County? It's pretty embarrassing. Any questions?
Any other questions for Mayor McTussey? Any comments? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I got a question, not of the mayor, but of the commission. May I ask a question?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I realize that probably most people's favorite line from Shakespeare's "First, let's kill all the lawyers." But if you really read that, that's the recipe for anarchy. I've heard people from different companies talk about how much money they have already put into these projects based on their good faith negotiations with this county or with political subdivisions of this county. I have not done civil law in over 20 years. You ask me about a crime, and I'm pretty good on that. But I seem to remember the term justifiable reliance from my law school days, that if you spend money and you have relied on that and the people pull that out from under you, they got a real good lawsuit against you. So from what I've heard, we got about $4 million in liability. And we've got enough lawsuits. We have civil lawyers here. We've got a judge right here. They can address that a whole lot better than I can. But that's the question that I wanted to pose to them and to my mayor and my commission. I don't want to get sued no more.
All right, if there's no other further public comments, we need to convene back into regular session. Yes, sir. Mr. Vickers, Commissioner Vickers?
Jim,
Yes.
if we pass this tonight, all this is gonna do is let Silicon Ranch continue.
That is correct.
Andy just said that in 3 months to 6 months to 90 days, they can come up with guidelines that the planning commission and everybody else can be hunky dory.
Oh, by the way, whether we do it in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or a year, we're coming back to you as a group and you still have to vote on it.
Right.
That's gonna happen.
So tonight, all we're doing is just okay in Silicon Ranch to continue. They've already said they'll go by any rules we come up with, whether it's bunkers or fences, 12-foot fences, whatever.
They have publicly and privately conceded that. I don't know more
What are
what
we
we
waiting
can ask
on?
for.
What are we waiting on?
Amen. I mean,
I gotta go eat some.
yeah, and the reality is,
Mr. Mayor, we'd like to executive session.
no, but I'm fair to everybody's questions.
Commissioner Lake, I'm sorry.
I want to ask, Marilyn Matisse, our biggest risk, when I say I'm hearing everything, but our biggest risk is economic development, right?
Yes, ma'am, that's what I'm saying there on behalf. I'm not an attorney, anything like that. This ain't the first time the county has stopped something with ECD and TVA. We need to keep moving.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you.
I have a question, so come about. We come back in 30 days, give you an answer one way or another. Is that fair enough?
In place of, well, we haven't made a decision on our option by this point. That's what we need certainty on. We're still subject to moratorium for the chance to move forward by the system.
So could you please stay,
I'm sorry.
I'm sure we can't hear you, some of the commissioners may not, can hear you.
Can you repeat the question, please?
If we give you an answer 30 days, one way or another, are you fine with that or not?
I would love regulations to be in place in 30 days, but we have to make a decision on buying this land in probably less than 30 days. So all we're asking for, if we vote for this amendment that's for you tonight, there's still a moratorium in place when you guys debate the rules and pass something or whatever that can be. Let's just give you business certainty to move forward.
All right, is there, yes, ma'am, Commissioner Lake, please.
Remember, this reason Representative Shaw is in favor of this, right?
I'm sorry, can you listen?
I said, excuse me, I said, this is the reason Representative Shaw is in, favor of this, well, supported, let me change my language. In support of, revisions to exempt the terms of the moratorium, right?
Right, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And was there a motion now to reconvene? There's a motion and second to reconvene. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed. We have moved back into regular session. Mr. Pierce.
Well, that was fun. Again, I will publicly go on record saying I do not and cannot, because of the language in 1 and 2, ask you to endorse them. We're gonna play fact or fiction here. I really don't care whether you approve 3 or not. it don't change the law and where Greenville is. All I've done is gone out of my way to say it right here, say it in front of you. They have an application approved. Nothing precludes them, nothing precludes them from submitting a final plan. I cannot tell you if that plan will be accepted or rejected. I cannot tell you if it doesn't meet our standards. I'm telling you they legally have the opportunity to do that, whether you vote for it or not. And I'm telling you, number 4 allows nothing but an investor to see where their money's going and the fact that this commission and this county is going to support that investment. And I appreciate everything Andy said and this young man. But much like y'all, I ride around Hardeman County every day. And I see a whole lot of land we ain't farming. And I don't think the 80 acres we took out there at Mecklenburg Drive or the 600 they're gonna take on P-Line is gonna change the economic state of Hardeman County from an agricultural standpoint. You ladies and gentlemen always have the ability to decide when enough is enough. That is y'all's control. And you will always get that recommendation from the county commission. They look at every plan from that aspect. But the planning commission in all of its renditions hasn't provided you anything that got us past where we are tonight. I'm telling you, item 4 just buys us time, allows the economic money not to be a loss, allow Hardeman County not to be looked at negatively, and allows us to come back with a plan that is the resolution going forward, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, or 90. We still have to have that conversation. And because we're not really good in the history of working on policy and procedure, it will come back before you and there will be a public hearing. And no, I'm not sure we're gonna have density in it. Because density is something that comes from the derivative of industrial. This executive body didn't put it in industrial. We can talk about that in another form. But density, low and high density don't exist in agriculture, forestry, residential. That I've read, I'll go back and read it again. So, that's one of the items we paid. Before it eases you through the night, it allows the money not to be a loss. It addresses all the concerns we got, and it doesn't build a solar farm. They still have to submit an application. They still have to go get a right of way.
They still have to abide by our rules.
They still have to abide by the rules there, and they can see it'll be whichever ones are in place when you submit the plan. Down talked a lot about winning. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not see how that is not a win-win-win for everybody. But I'm done.
All right, we need to take these resolutions,
One at a
these
time.
amendments, one at a time.
And I personally like the roll call, because I want you to do is to both sit down, to stand behind what they voted. So first, let's get back in regular session over there.
We have moved into regular session, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Grant, could you please speak up?
It's been a motion to go back to executive.
Yes, we've already approved it, we're in regular session. All right, do y'all have the amendments before you?
All right, question.
Yes, sir.
You need to state it again while we're going.
Right. Let's take a look at number 1. Number 1 is,
You're not numbered.
I realize that, David, again, I publicly apologize for that. That was an oversight on my part. Again, man, I can't apologize no more. I'm gonna try to do that.
Which one is number 1?
All right, so number 1 is, it has the word amendment right here. Number 2.
Mr. Mayor, could you clarify for us, please, that we're going to take these one by one, so we get a motion on each one?
Yes.
A second for each one?
Yes.
And then is there a vote on number 2, and then so forth and so forth?
Yes, sir. If we're going to take them individually, we need to each amendment.
Is it anyone to take it all?
I would prefer that we do.
Individual, okay, individual, whatever.
Okay, let's make sure that you have Amendment 1 before you. Commissioner, everybody got theirs? Amendment 1. Mr. Pierce, is this correct? Correct for Amendment 1? Okay.
My package on here. That's how I'm 3 and 4, but I only have 3.
One of them, they emailed. And I'll provide you another document, pull out the language. Yeah. But that's considered number 2. And there's a Word document with it, just because that email gets busy, pulls out just the way they was utilized.
Okay, we are now on Amendment 1, please. Yes, sir.
You're recommending.
Without a doubt, number 4. And I'm telling you honestly, it doesn't matter if we approve or disapprove number 3. I don't see why we wouldn't. Because all I'm doing is clarifying they have vested rights. They started the process. And we can clap, scream, and holler. But when they work out their lawsuits with the private sector as to what their footprint is going to look like, they need to submit a plan. Even in the moratorium that goes before the planning commission for a review. Again, I don't know what that will look like, and I don't know what that verdict will be, but that's not going to allow anything. Again, I just try to put it in writing, so we start to have some clarity on what is happening. But again, I support number 4 for multiple reasons you already know. We'll get there. I saw the words, I'm sorry. Finish your again.
Okay, we are in Amendment number 1. Mr. Pierce, did you have any? Does anyone have any questions for Amendment 1 for Mr. Pierce?
You just explain this briefly. Number 1 is a document generated by Bradley Law Firm on behalf of Silicon Ranch that basically would replace our moratorium in its complete language and allow for this and any other project that's out there to move forward.
This and any other projects where?
Exactly what it said. This and any other project. That's why I come out and support it. And I'll read you my notes. It's not specific enough, and their language, it says, vested rights for approved development shall be told during the moratorium period. Any development power purchases agreement, it's not the end of the world. I think they would still go back and negotiate with us as they conceded to. And they went out of their way to consider what I did in number 3 and say, oh, by the way, any other one that was already approved, you gotta kind of let them complete. It just, for me, it wasn't specific enough to Feline and to Tony's project and ECDs.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the commission take a vote on Amendment 1.
Been moved and second. Okay, Commissioner Wright. All right, are you moving to accept or reject?
Take a vote.
We have to take a vote.
Okay, let's have a roll call vote, please. Yeah, your name for Amendment 1.
Bell,
No.
Buffer,
No.
DeBerry. No. Gillum,
No.
Grantham,
No.
Hensley,
No.
Jenkins,
No.
Kettlemore,
No.
Blake,
No.
Lanier,
No.
Miller, Sane, Richards, Wings, Wright.
Motion passes. We'll move to Amendment 2, please.
Number 2, there's 2 documents representing number 2. Number 2, the first document is an email that is from Jonathan to me. And so I can again spell everybody else. I wrote number 3, which again defines the position that Gringo was in about. I shared that as public record with Jonathan and staff attorneys and all, they came back with suggested language. I told them then, and I'll tell them now, I'll stick with what I wrote. I passed Ms. Bell's English class. There were certain languages as any site and some other terminology that I, again, attempted to protect. Everybody's out here clapping. Nothing to do with solar farms. Let's deal with the project that's coming out of ECD and the one we got. So I told them, thank you, but I'll stick with what I wrote. So that is, and all the other Word document was, I took the language out of the email so there's a little more clarity in what they're saying, but what in essence it says, sections 1 and 2 in my number 3 document, they would take these and replace them. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we take a vote on amendment 2.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. We will move into a vote here for Amendment 2. Amendment 2, roll call please. Madam Clerk.
Buffer.
We have
Wait,
Bell.
I'm sorry, Bell.
No.
Buffer.
No.
DeBeers. No. Gillum.
No.
Rackham.
No.
Hensley.
No.
Jenkins.
No.
Kennemore.
No.
Blake.
No.
Lanier.
No.
Miller. Sane.
No.
Vickers.
No.
Wayne. Wright.
We have 3, Amendment 3.
Number 3, again, okay, okay. All I'm doing is documenting the position I see Greenville to be in with their project in Hickory Valley. But they can submit a plan tomorrow for review, and there's nothing the board does to stop it. Our next week or on down the road. The question I've asked is how long does the original application stay in place? I don't know.
Jim, would it be any conflict if we passed Amendment 3 and 4? Is there any conflict in those two amendments?
No, there's really not. I'll take the.
Basically, they're the same, but 3 is focused toward Greenville.
They're company specific. Number 3 just defines the status that Greenville is in and Hickory Valley is their project. And number 4 supports the economic funding for ECD and Tony substation and allows the process to move forward. But oh, by the way, a resolution still has to come for whatever the changes come. They openly said they will work with us, and we will not have that conflict. And I ask that God, we take 3 and 4 if nobody opposes.
I oppose. I'm starting doing it one at a time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Then
Duly
3,
noted.
yeah.
Duly noted. Is this?
That is 3, it was the shortest document.
This is 3. We're going for clarification first, please. Motion been made and seconded. We'll move into the vote for Amendment 3.
Question.
Question, John. Yes, sir.
All right, now, let's go over it again. Number 3.
3 is the inter-office document that was prepared to publicly define the position that the zoning compliant office views Greenville to be in with their application at the Simcoe, what's the business? So, Grand Valley, Hickory Valley. Chapel Farm.
All right.
So what is it doing? It doesn't do anything. It just says we acknowledge acknowledge they have vested rights. They started the application and they can finish. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't change the moratorium. It doesn't change our regulations. It just says they started the process. We understand at some point, we would assume they're gonna finish it and submit a plan. But it doesn't do anything. We get to vote on not doing anything. Why we voted the one about the basement? It didn't do nothing either. I don't think anybody will do is fix the basement. No. The question had been asked in prior meetings, do they have vested rights? Jonathan's been very public. He hasn't submitted I'll let Jonathan speak for Jonathan, but Jonathan has made in the workshop and in other conversations of concerns, he might not be ready to submit a final plan if he doesn't know what the rules are going to be. I've told Jonathan, and I've told y'all the way I look at it, and I've told Dale, and me and Dale debated it. They started the application process. I think they have a right to finish it, irrelevant to the moratorium. I don't know why they haven't submitted the final plan. I have a suspicion, but that's really for them to speak on. But 3 just says, we recognize you have a project that was approved, and we expect at some point you're going to attempt to complete it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please do have a roll call. Now, this is Amendment 3.
Hale,
No.
Buffer,
Yes.
DeBerry. Yes. Gillum,
No.
Grantham,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Kennemore,
No.
Lake,
Yes.
Lanier,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Sane,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
Wayne, Wright.
No.
Pass it. All right.
Moving on to number 4. Any questions?
What was the case? Yeah, roll call is 10-5. Pass.
Ready for number 4?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about number 4? Number 4 tells Silicon Ranch, we recognize we're under a moratorium. We approved you to go on with your land acquisitions, and we are to confine whatever regulations we have to the parcels you've identified on Peavine Road. There's not going to be language in it like continuous and all, and things that certain people would take exception to the amendment process or the application process that Gringo entered into the Hickory Valley site. And they acknowledge that. But it does tell them that we, this county, this commission, are willing to work with them, except that we know we're changing, but allow them to continue with their lease option, shows ECD that we're willing to work with them. I hope we don't lose the money, we answer all the bells, and we find where we want to be before they break ground.
Because the money has already been invested.
They've invested almost $1 million. I think it's somewhat short of that, to be fair, but a little ballpark right here. The money with ECD is still yet to be awarded. I understand correct on it.
I want to state that my vote's gonna be on that our planning committee can come up with the regulations that suit this county one time. We don't have to go back and forth next week and come up with new rules.
I want to be clear, we have to do that at least once.
At least one.
Y'all approve it, we'll just make a recommendation. I want to go way out of my way to tell you it's not going to please everybody. I spent 6.5 hours in a room with a bunch of people that are way apart. I have a pretty fair median. And if we do that in 30 days, or we do it in 60, or we do it in 90, or we wait a year, our phones are going to ring. there are going to be people that are pissed off. There are going to be people that are happy. But yeah, I'm going to work with every problem we had, with every lawsuit that existed in that office from the day I started, and I'm going to make sure we address that. And at the end of the day, the planning commission is going to make a recommendation to you, the legislative body, and y'all going to have to decide if that's what you want, or if you want us to go back to the drawing board. Is that not fair? Russell?
Seems like
Okay.
But
do we know?
To your point. A second. We have a motion and a second to proceed with the vote. Could I get that clarification, Madam Clerk, that you had, who made the motion? Commissioner Mayor, and who seconded? Okay, Commissioner Mayor. All right, we have first. We will proceed to vote. We need a roll call vote, please, for our amendment 4.
Bell,
No.
Buffer,
Yes.
DeBerry. Yes. Gillum,
No.
Grantham,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Kettlemore,
No.
Lake,
Yes.
Lanier,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Sane,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
Weems,
No.
Wright.
Yes.
What's our count, Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Could we entertain a motion for 5-minute recess? Recess, please.
Second.
Motion second. We have 5-minute recess, please, and we have, business to attend meeting. 5 minutes, please.
We need these things to be padded and regularly.
I ain't gonna work stretch my legs Yes, I need tickets. Okay. Yes, I know the prices are
Yeah, you get all of them.
I got them all last time I won.
Yeah, but you weren't the first time. And last year they had like 3 prizes and they split them up. Yeah. This year they're giving one person some all. It's a nice prize.
Hey, where's Randy go?
Yeah.
Go down to the left.
still got to play
Hey, brother, you doing all right? Good to see you. Doing all good? Ready to get out of here? Bedtime. 4 foot thing over here before I know.
He'll come over and try to feel like we're fighting like a new one. I grab her around the neck and I'm like, yeah.
It's been longer than 5 minutes.
And so he's like running around. Oh my goodness, there's a white truck. I got attacked. I get out and walk by. I was like, yeah.
No, 'cause she got it pointed right on me.
Let's reconvene, please. We have all commissioners in. All right, let's come back to the order if we could, please. Next item on the agenda, as y'all know, we didn't get to bring this up last time. We're waiting on a few items and different things, of course, some longer. We got mediations for. Yeah, we just went over the 5 minutes. Do we need to have a motion to call back in the session since we have recess? Yeah, let's have a motion to come back in.
I make a motion. Second.
Sir, all in favor? No opposed. Approved. If we could, let's move to our next item, pertinent for the lawsuits for FLSA, and we need to turn over to Dave. Would you like to make any presentation on this thing?
Mr. Chairman, before our attorneys present, could I have the opportunity to address our county attorney, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Condon? Yes, sir.
And I'll have a question for this at the end of the comment. So we employ you as our county attorney, and you are with the firm Rain, Kaiser, Revere, Bell, and Craig.
That's right.
And we employ Mr. Rob Binkley as our defense attorney in the Perry case, and he is also with Rain, Kaiser, Revere, Bell. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's come to my knowledge that there are also 2 attorneys with that firm, Mr. Russell Revere and a Mr. Brandon Reed, also with Rain, Kaiser, Revere, Bell, and that they are currently co-counsel for attorney Roy Herron in our sheriff's legal malpractice suit against him. Is that correct?
I don't know, that's news to me, but I can check on that and let you know. And if it is, then we'll just we can get waivers from everybody to, and the parties involved in case they can waive any conflict that there is.
But you're saying you're not aware of that as a part of that firm?
No, I haven't seen that case.
Because I was just wondering why that has not been disclosed to this commission. We're employing 2 attorneys from a law firm that also has 2 attorneys that represent another attorney as defense counsel in our sheriff's lawsuit against him. I just want to disclose that to this commission. I've done a little homework, and I believe Mr. Conner will find that that is so.
Yeah, I'm not questioning it. I think that's the lawsuit the sheriff filed against Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, as representative of the sheriff in that lawsuit that we had case was, I think if there was a conflict in that, it would be up to the sheriff to assert that conflict. I don't think it impacts the county in any way. Now, the sheriff and I may discuss it and may decide that might be a conflict, but at this point, we don't see that as a conflict.
And I've done some reading. I'm no attorney, mind you, but I have seen terms. Legally, it can happen. I do know that. In one instance, it can't. In one instance, it can, from my reading. But it also comes down to consent in writing from both parties, even on the side. And, I'm not aware that any elected official in this county is given written consent.
But the parties in that lawsuit are the sheriff.
It's still the county.
And Mr. Harris.
It's still the county. The county pays the sheriff.
I know.
Just want to disclose that to my fellow commissioners.
I'll look into that and I'll take care of your waiver.
Thanks, sir.
Get those to you. Anything else? Rob Dink is gonna, come up with a business settlement. And, somebody earlier said something about Mr. Franklin having a conflict of interest, so I wanted to just give you what the rules are on that, just so if anybody has any questions about it, because, based on what Mr. Franklin said in response to that person, I don't see that he had a conflict of interest on that. But, of course, for this to pass, you have to have 9 votes, because it takes the majority of the total membership, as y'all well know. And, Tennessee Code Annotated 12-4-101 prohibits commissioners from voting on contracts, which a settlement would be, if the commissioner is directly interested in the contract. And the statute defines directly interested to mean any contract with the commissioner personally, or with any business in which the commissioner is the sole proprietor, a partner, or the person having a controlling interest. And so then I don't think Mr. Grant can fit into any of that. And then your county's ethics policy requires that if a commissioner has a personal interest in a matter, he or she must disclose that interest before voting. And your policy, your ethics policy, defines personal interest as a financial interest in a matter to be voted on of the commissioner, or a financial interest of the commissioner's spouse or child living in the same household. And because this requires the entire majority of the entire body, any abstention votes are considered no votes under those circumstances. I'll let Mr. Finley come up and present you. If y'all have any questions for me, and I'll let him come up and talk about the settlement. I would like to say one thing though. If you have questions that go to trial preparation or strategy, I would appreciate it if you would just move into an attorney-client session at that point, so that we don't, it's a public meeting, we don't want the case where it goes to trial, we don't want to disclose anything that we're using for a strategy or anything of that nature. So if you have questions like that, if you would just go into an attorney-client session, that'd be great. Thank you.
What I'm passing out is essentially a document that y'all have seen before that just concerns the number of individuals that are involved in the lawsuit. It has the name of the lead plaintiffs in the case. And All right, so there are three lawsuits that are pending that have to do with claims for unpaid overtime. They are known as the Patrick Perry lawsuit, the Jonathan Luttrell lawsuit, and the Brandon Allen lawsuit. The settlement that I will present as a recommendation to you and ask you to deliberate on and vote on would be a proposed settlement to resolve all three of those lawsuits concerning the claims that have been made by each of the individuals who either were a named party when the lawsuit was originally filed, and that would be more in particular with the Luttrell and the Allen lawsuits. There were original plaintiffs in the Patrick Perry lawsuit, and then there were numerous individuals who opted in, joined in to the Patrick Perry lawsuit. There are multiple different allegations that are made concerning violations of the Fair Labor Standards Act with respect to overtime. Overtime generally is defined as anybody who works, when they work over 40 hours a week, at that point in time, they are entitled to time and a half. So for example, if you were making $10 an hour, that means you were paying $15 an hour for time over 40 hours a week. In the realm of law enforcement, with certain law enforcement officers, there are nuances with that. There are circumstances under which law enforcement officers, such as corrections officers and deputies, overtime would not attach until they work over 43 hours. That is a disputed issue in this case as to whether or not the county has adopted a policy or procedure that governs that. Our position is that overtime for the sheriff's deputies and the corrections officers would not attach until a deputy works over 43 hours in a week. They would be paid straight time for hours between 40 and 43. The plaintiffs in the case oppose that, and that is a disputed factual issue. The allegations that are present have to do with off-the-clock work, and it is couched in different ways, such as people being required to report to work early and told not to put their time down. In other words, reporting before their shift begins. There are allegations that they were told to stay after their shift ended to complete reports. There are allegations about comp time and time off not being tracked accurately. There are allegations about not being paid for training that was done. There are allegations about not being paid for work to, for example, if you're out on investigating a wreck and it's time for your shift to end and you stay and you complete that investigation of that wreck, that there are allegations that they were told not to put that time down and you would put them in an overtime situation. That has to do primarily with the deputies, with the corrections officers. It has to do, also let me back up, with the deputies, there are allegations that there was an incorrect hourly wage change that was made that would cover cover October 1 of 2016 to July of 2017. With that incorrect rate, that would mean that any overtime that was due or had been paid would have been incorrectly calculated. Concerning the corrections officers, again, there are allegations of unpaid hours for before shift and after shift, the incorrect calculation of the wage for the October 2016 to July 2017 with both the deputies and the sheriff corrections officers about comp time not being paid correctly, not being reported correctly, and not being paid correctly or accounted for correctly. Comp time is a mechanism by which instead of paying somebody at overtime at time and a half, you can reserve that time as comp time. And under the Wage and Hour Law, the Fair Labor Standards Act, that comp time is to be credited at 1.5 times, just like you would with time, except that the money is not paid. And then, again, there is the allegation concerning the correction officers that up until the point in 2019 that their work schedule was 48 hours one week and 32 hours the next. So the battleground on that is that for a week that you work 48 hours, the question is overtime due for 5 hours of that week or for 8 hours? One of the questions that I have received is, well, can you just take the 2 week period and average it together, which is what was being done. And that is not permissible under the Fair Labor Standards Act. As far as the dispatchers go, again, there were questions with allegations with it about being required to come in before your shift would start and not reporting or writing those hours down. You also have the allegations about the incorrect wages, the hourly rate for the October 2016 to July 2017. Again, allegations about comp time not being reported correctly administratively and not being, sometimes comp time was put down as just straight time, sometimes it was put down as an hour and a half for each hour. And then again, you've got with dispatchers, you had the work schedule that had people working 48 hours one week and 32 hours another. Sometimes it was 48 and 36. If it was, but again, you can't lump the 2 weeks together. So, and there are similar allegations concerning the criminal investigators as far as when that time period from October 2016 to July 2017 about comp time not being administratively reported and handled the right way.
Did you say 16 through, what was your date there?
October 1 of 2016 through July of 2017. So it's really, it's the second, third, and fourth quarters of the 2016-2017 fiscal year.
Yes, sir.
All right, so, so the lawsuits, they have been around for a while. The Patrick Perry lawsuit was filed in May of 19, and the Luckhill and Allen lawsuits were filed in June of 2021. The Perry lawsuit concerns overtime. It concerns employees county not receiving their, comp time. It concerns employees who are no longer with the sheriff's department not receiving their accrued but unused vacation and holiday pay. So there are multiple angles of damages result with that. Under the Luttrell and Allen cases, those are a combination of claims for overtime and claims of retaliation. It is alleged that there were individuals who brought claims saying that they were entitled to overtime that they were retaliated against for making those claims. In the Patrick Perry case, there are over 85 individuals who are either named parties or who have opted into that suit. And in the Luttrell and Brandon Allen cases, you have 50 individuals, and those 50 individuals are parties in the Perry case. So the lawsuits have those three lawsuits are set for trial August 21st of this year. So ironically, 5 months from today. On November the 17th of last year, this was shortly after the commission hired Mr. Conger, and shortly after Mr. Conger asked me to assist with the case. We had a status conference with the judge. There had been one settlement conference that had taken place. Settlement conference is called mediation. But one settlement conference that had taken place in January of 2022 that did not really go anywhere, and so based on what I was looking at and what I saw, I thought it would be in the county's best interest, instead of preparing for trial, which was going to be in February of this year, to see if we could focus efforts on trying to see if there might be a way to bring about the resolution. So there was a mediation, a settlement conference that took place on February 6th and 7th of this year. Michael Russell, who is a very well-respected mediator, was the mediator that was agreed upon by counsel in the case. The case proceeded to mediation, and from that, I am here to present a proposed settlement to resolve everything that is alleged in those three cases concerning claims of unpaid overtime, claims of unpaid comp time, claims of unpaid accrued holiday pay, and accrued but unpaid holiday pay and vacation. All right. And we also would settle the retaliation claims that are pending with the two lawsuits with Luttrell and Allen. The proposed settlement is for essentially $3 million. It's for $2,999,000. There is a anticipated contribution from the insurance company that the county has of $100,000. So that would settle out all the claims that are out there for the back wages that are claimed to be due. It would also settle out the claims for liquidated damages. Liquidated damages are generally awarded in wage and hour is always awarded if there is a violation. So, for example, if an employee is due $5,000 in back wages, that $5,000 is double to $10,000. It is a statutory mechanism that is present to, it's a factor. I mean, that's the way it works. But, all right, now, one of the questions that has been raised is that proposed settlement does not resolve the question of attorney's fees and expenses for the Sessions Law Firm in their representation of the plaintiffs in these three cases. Under wage and hour law, when you take a case to trial and the plaintiffs have a recovery, at that point, the plaintiffs are entitled to, and the plaintiff's law firm is entitled to recovery of reasonable attorney's fees and expenses. So in these wage and hour cases, and this is the case whether or not it's a wrongful discharge case under Title VII, whether it's a sexual harassment case, age discrimination case, a race discrimination case, the attorney's fees are recoverable. Now, that question of the attorney's fees was discussed at the beginning of the settlement conference, but during the settlement conference, the parties that were present, I mean, Mayor Coles and Vice Mayor Lanier were present, along with me and Nikki Schmidt and Mr. Hale and a representative of the insurance company, and then with Mr. Sessions and his wife, the discussion about the attorney's fees stopped. I've had a couple of commissioners ask me to get a settlement demand for attorney's fees and expenses from Mr. Sessions, and I received that from him today. That is not on the table for you to consider, but because I was asked by some commissioners to get that, I want to give you that number, and it's $2.9 million. That's, as you said, not on the table. All that I agreed to do today was to present to the commission the proposal to resolve the case for the $2,999,003 million, with the understanding that $100,000 of that would come from the insurance company. So essentially $2.8 million, and the issue of attorney's fees was reserved such that after the vote was taken here, that could either be resolved by negotiations, it could be resolved by another litigation, it could be resolved by filing a motion with the court and have the court reach a decision on that.
Right, okay. Yeah. What we're asked to vote on is the settlement itself, excluding attorney's fees.
That's correct.
That's irrelevant.
So are the
Commissioner
attorney,
Griffin,
I'm sorry,
recognize it.
are the attorney, is that a hard number? Or is that something that they can change their mind and go up $1 million tomorrow if they want to?
If the case moves forward, then that number is subject to change. I mean, that is a settlement offer that was extended today.
So what does that mean?
What that means is that is a settlement offer that was extended today that is not requiring a response to that offer today, but it is just an offer that has been made. And so it becomes up to our side to respond if the decision is made to respond to it. But again, that is not anything that I have agreed to present today, but I just had some commissioners ask me for a number.
All right, 2.9, is that going just to sessions only, or is that going to you? What attorneys are, is that?
That money will go to William Sessions. When he filed the case, was with one law firm. Then he moved to another law firm, and then it is a Sessions law firm now. So that will be a matter that those three law firms will have to reach an agreement on with at whatever point the attorney's fee number becomes, attorney's fee and expenses becomes set. Those three firms will either have to reach an agreement on it, or they fight that issue out in federal court.
What about your money? Is your money included in that 2.9, I mean, is that an extra fee?
No, the county has hired Ray Kaiser, Mr. Condor, and me at an hourly rate for our services of $250 per hour, and then associates are at $200.
So we hadn't seen your bill yet, is what I'm getting at. I'm trying to compute that, you see what I'm saying?
Yes. So we have submitted billings today.
Because we're up to 6 million now, I'm just rounding it up. I just wanna see let's see that total.
Okay, so.
Roundabout.
So our firm has submitted billings today, in the $36,000 range. That's what we. And the counties, the amount incurred to date from the standpoint of either attorney's fees that the insurance company has paid, attorney's fees that are incurred that have not been paid, and attorney's fees and expenses that were paid to the Harris Shelton firm, Amber Shaw's firm, plus the money that has been paid to Dawn Ferris, our expert witness, plus the, and I don't know if this has been paid yet, but the cost of the mediation, that total is essentially $560,000.
That's including that 36,000 that you heard.
That's right. That includes, and I made an estimate for you based on our conversation. Yes, because Mr. Hale is in the case. Let me back up procedurally. When the case was filed, when the Patrick Perry case was filed initially, there were allegations made in the answer that was filed by Hardeman County and Mayor Sane in his official capacity that pointed the finger at Sheriff Doolin and the Sheriff's Department as being part of the problem, okay? And then in return, the Sheriff's Department and Sheriff Doolin engaged counsel, Mr. Hale, and
Let me correct it just a little bit. Actually, Mayor Sane is the one who did retain me. Sheriff Doolin wanted to retain me. Mayor Sane is the one who called me to retain me.
okay. Thank you for that, because I wasn't around.
Right.
And by the way, I know we're here on something really serious. On the Shakespeare play about first, let's kill all the lawyers, okay, I've often wondered who we're gonna kill next. But secondly, I will be very glad someday when I no longer have a job, because that means that Jesus will return. So I will be very happy someday to lose my job as a lawyer. Okay.
That's good. I'll be here at 2 in the morning.
We understand, Tom, we've got business to do, like you said. We've got business.
560,000, is that been paid or not paid?
That is, it's both.
Okay.
It's both. That is how much the defense side has in the case from various sources that you can either pay, because there have been multiple law firms that have been in the case, or the case is. There's the Ortel Keller case that was firm that was in the case initially for the county. Then there was the Purcell, Sellers, and Craig firm that was initially in the case for representing the sheriff. There was $100,000 in defense costs that was there. Once that $100,000 in defense costs was exhausted, then at that point, that's my understanding is that's when Mr. Hale got involved.
Correct.
That's when Harris Shelton and Rashaw got involved.
You keep saying allegations. I mean, we got any proof? I know that question's gonna come up at some time. We don't see no proof of this. We assume maybe it was going on, but can you show us proof?
You're asking Pete to. You're asking. This is where it gets dicey about.
I know. Okay.
About the attorney-client.
Right.
But hypothetically speaking, there is, hypothetically speaking, there is evidence of.
Thank you. Nice job. We can stop there.
Okay.
Thank you, please.
I've got another question. Back to the plaintiff's attorney's fee. That is $290. Again, is that a not to exceed? Now, again, if plaintiff's portion was settled tonight, just say, and does the attorney fee number, is that a not to exceed number? So if we chose to appear before a judge, that's their go in number, or are they gonna bump it back up to 4 or 5 million and try to?
That is a number that was extended as a settlement number. It was, so if they went to the court, if I was in their shoes, I would ask for more.
So that's not a hard number?
Well, for the purposes of settlement, it is, because it's a settlement offer that has been made. So for example, I mean, when you have negotiations that take place, like let's say in a car accident case. Now there you don't have attorney's fees, but the principle is the same. It has to do with the attorney's fees is a claimed recoverable damage to the plaintiffs. Okay, and so in a car accident case, one side may start out at 100,000, the other side may respond back with 5,000, and what you do is you have negotiations and you eventually get to a number that both sides agree to. So what we have at this point is an offer has been made to settle the attorney's fees and expense portion for 2.9 million.
So the point I'm trying to get to is, does that give us the ability to counter that with a lower number?
Yes,
Okay, and so that's not off the table?
that is correct. That, and I wasn't, when we had the mediation, my agreement was that I was not going to be here to present a proposed settlement that resolved the attorney's fee and expense question. Does that make sense?
Yes. Or it does to me, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. So the purpose of tonight is for this settlement to go forward or to be voted up or down without that 2.9 for the Sessions Law Firm.
Without any decision on the settlement demand for the attorney's fees and expenses from the plaintiff's side.
Yeah.
Can I make a point along that line? I don't have to be quite a certain respect, because I don't represent the county, but if this case is not settled, and it does go to trial, not only is Mr. Sessions going to be asking for a lot more money, and maybe even Tyler a lot more money, it's going to cost a bundle for Randy Kaiser to be prepared on this case. I was in this case long when Amber Shaw was here, and I heard a lot of people complaining about her overcharging. Well, she was certainly doing the work to back that up, and I'm the low man on the totem pole. I intend to stay low man on the totem pole. But I will tell this, based upon everything that I understand about this case, if it's tried, you're gonna spend about $2 million more on attorney fees between Mr. Sessions and Randy Kaiser than you are right now. I mean, and I'm not trying to blow smoke, because if you have a trial, it's not gonna stop at the trial level. Somebody's gonna appeal it. Somebody's gonna be mad about that.
Post-trial.
And it keeps going on and on. At some point, you have to stop the bleeding. And somebody asked about what happened. I've sat through countless depositions. I've read countless pleadings and things. There is evidence, in my opinion. Now, I'm not saying every allegation they make is correct, but there is proof, verifiable proof, that there were people who were not paid appropriately, for whatever reason. And that opens the door to Mr. Sessions being able to get a lot of money on behalf of his law firm. And it sickens me to stand here and say, y'all need to approve $3 million. But I'm telling you, in my opinion, I've only been doing this for 34 years now. In my opinion, next August, or no, it may not be in August, maybe in September, because I'm not sure we can get this case tried in a month.
The court has 3 weeks set aside to try.
And I think that's gonna be pushing the court. I think you're gonna come back in here and the judge is gonna tell you what you're gonna pay, and then you don't get a vote. This is your opportunity to control your destiny too. And I am terribly afraid that if the judge tells you how much you're gonna pay, inclusive of attorney fees, you're gonna be spending a lot more money.
And for a point of clarification, there is a jury demand in this, so it will be a federal court jury that decides the question of the factual and the damage question. Also, again, just for not clarification, but additional information, at this point in time, 8 or 9 plaintiffs have been deposed. There's over 85 plaintiffs that are in it, so there are a lot of individuals that still have to be deposed. There are 4 county commissioners who have been deposed so far. There certainly is the potential for multiple other county commissioners to be deposed. I'm sure that Sheriff Doolin will be deposed, former Mayor Sam saying it will be depose, Mayor Pulse, I mean, you may even ask to depose you, even though you're new to the game, but, so there are, and then there are numerous depositions, which will be legal, incur numerous court reporter costs and other expenses with preparing for that. Also, we have our homework to do to try to narrow down, to do what we can to try to narrow down the potential exposure to it, and that would involve using our expert and to review additional records that she has reviewed so far. She's only reviewed, she has reviewed records of 7 employees, but her report tells us that there are other documents that are missing that would help her to, and when I say missing, have not been supplied to her, that would help her to refine her numbers.
Can I ask a question, please? And when you say appeals, that goes to the Federal Court of Appeals for the West District. That is in Cincinnati.
That's correct.
How long is a typical, there may not be an answer to that, for an appeals process, out of curiosity. How long does that last? Or is that when you file for a federal appeal?
Well, first thing you do is after the verdict comes down, whoever's not happy with it is going to file post-trial motions. Whether we're not happy or whether the other side is not happy, there will be post-trial motions that will be filed, will be responded to, and when you had Judge Hyde hearing cases, he preferred to do those just by motion, but Judge Anderson make his decisions based on the documents that were, pleadings that were filed, but Judge Anderson seems more inclined to have in-court hearings on it. And then, Dale, it's been 6 or 7 years, maybe longer than that, since I've had the last case I had that went to the Sixth Circuit had to do with an election commissioner lawsuit, but what's your estimate of the timeline? Because you're more familiar with that than I am.
Probably 6 months.
6 months for the appeal process, to go through the trial or the appeals process. That's what you're talking about. Cincinnati.
And then you wait for the Sixth Circuit to issue.
The Sixth Circuit. Okay.
Right, and then another thing, the waiting reminded me of this. Once a judgment is entered, post-judgment interest begins to accrue. So, and I honestly don't know what the federal court post-judgment interest is. Yes, Mr. Stewart.
I understood, you made a statement that 7 have been disposed, 7 of the plaintiffs, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if we go to trial, does that mean the other 78 or so will have done the same thing?
Well, I don't think I'm doing my job for you if I don't.
That's what I'm saying, that's what I'm getting at, so we're gonna be incurring more lawyer fees.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's gonna take a long time to move that law.
Yes, sir. I
Understand?
yeah.
I think the moment's gonna come when we're gonna irritate Judge Anderson, because I don't see how on earth we're gonna get ready for trial by August. It seems like a long time, but you got lawyers with schedules and conflicts, and it will not surprise me if at some point we don't have to get in front of Judge Anderson.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Yes, would you like, he had the floor to finish your sentence, please.
It would not surprise me if we have to go before Judge Anderson and ask him for a reset date.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Commissioner.
My motion is not to take the settlement. My motion is to let our counsel go and hire Amber Shaw back, because she was on the case and knows all about it. can hire her back, put her back on the case. That's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I got a question for Mr. Some of these, I don't know what I can say, what I can't say. I mean, this is beyond ridiculous. Some of these new commissioners don't know all the facts that we know. Because we've sat through an attorney-client with different lawyers. Does your law firm have the numbers that Amber Shaw's law firm got?
Yes. Yes, I have the numbers that.
And so you are aware that in her guesstimation, this 85 number was fixing to become 55.
I know that that is what she has said.
And
At least
so,
I've been told that's what she said.
And did you know that the settlement was quite a bit smaller than what you've come to us with?
I know that mediation took place in January, and I know that the parties were very far apart. I know from what I have been told that Ms. Shaw said some things, I don't know, I didn't hear her say anything, but I have reviewed the same report that I think that she is talking about, and that there are with it, and there is a lot of work to be done to get an accurate number.
You know, my problem with this is, yeah, okay, so we do this, change lawyers, do all that. And she does buy $500,000 less, but the attorney fee's gonna eat that twice as much. So that's what we're trying to say is.
but the only example we have of that, and we do have one, was in the sheriff's office, when his lawyer asked for $900 and some $1,000. And a judge, with any sense, in my opinion, is not gonna award them $3 to $4 million. They settled for, what was the guy's name from the cable?
Roy
Hardeman, for $323,000, I don't remember.
That's our attorney's fees.
Right. Which was a third less than what he was asking.
Please, we have the forum here. May I ask a question? Was that in state court?
That
Was that state?
yes.
Okay.
Now, I don't know the ins and outs of that, but I do know that the prevailing rate on wage and hour cases is going to be in the area of $450 an hour.
So my question is, do we gamble by,
You got a motion on the floor already.
we got discussion.
We're in discussion. Yes, sir.
So do we gamble on trying to bring it down, or do we cost the taxpayers more money by the gamble?
I'm not giving money where give money's not due.
That's the question I have. That's something we gotta do.
That is the case in any lawsuit. When you take it to trial.
Well, you know, the only ones that's winning the whole thing is attorneys. Right.
Right. I agree.
No.
And let me ask you this, okay, let's just say, okay, let's settle $3 million. And the 2.9 million, and the 36,000, and the 560,000 that hadn't been paid, 560.
No, please, that's $560 that has been paid or incurred today. So that money is,
So some of that Amber Shaw's already been paid.
she's been paid in full. She has been paid in full. Ortel Kelly has been paid in full. for sales, sellers, and credit has been paid in full.
I have not submitted the bill at the request of the mayor, I'm holding off. But my attorney fees at this point, I can't tell you precisely, but are under $75,000, and I've been in the case for, what, almost 2 years now.
But my question, okay, so if we settle this particular lawsuit, let's just say the 2.99 million, doesn't that open the door for future lawsuits? We're technically paying employees, not all, but some lie on those times, because we've seen the numbers, and there's no way some of those work that much overtime in a 3-year period. Can't do it. So, does that not open the door for the next lawsuit coming right behind it?
Under the Fair Labor Standards Act, if somebody is for overtime and minimum wage, I mean, you can, if you work 45 hours for the dispatch this week, and you don't get paid for it, you just get paid for 40 hours, you have a cause of action for 5 hours of overtime. So it's not like a car accident where when it be every week or every pay period, it has the potential, if things are not done correctly, to create a cause of action for unpaid pay.
I'd like to go on record to say that in the future, any county employee, don't have to be sheriff's department, anybody, if you're ever not paid for 5 hours overtime, come see me, and I'll get your money. And we don't call a lawyer.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Baker put a motion on the floor, and I have a motion and a second. I respect that motion, but as a new commissioner, I have a question, because I'm kind of darting things. I was just wondering if it would be possible to have another attorney-client privilege meeting, hear me out, and have Ms. Shaw available, because that could answer some questions for us new commissioners that maybe need to be answered in attorney-client privilege with her here. Would that delay or harm this case in any way?
Well, it does in one perspective. I mean, I have agreed to present this here tonight. I mean, the work on the case begins. It's similar to what you heard. I mean, it's not that you have a 30-day option, but work, there is so much work to be done to ready the case to trial. So I would begin working, and then it would also, I mean, at this point, if Ms. Shaw is just brought in, I mean, the county would actually have to hire her for the purpose of attending the meeting, because she's.
Well, that may be the case. We may have to hire to attend the meeting, but she can answer a lot of questions.
Let me expound on that too, though. I mean, I have to take Mr. Sessions at his word. Mr. Sessions has been quite irritated. It is now March 21st, and we did not have this presented to the commission previously. And Mr. Sessions on multiple occasions has threatened to withdraw this offer of settlement. So we can't tell you what Mr. Sessions will do in the morning if we call him up and say, we've tabled this for another period of time. But I take Mr. Sessions at his word. When I first met Mr. Sessions, even before I got involved in this case, he was adamant about his position, and if he is adamant that he's going to withdraw his offer of settlement as of tomorrow, if we don't have a vote tonight, I have to take him at his word. Now, that doesn't mean that you should, you certainly can say, too bad, so sad, we're going to do what we want to do. But I do want to let you know, he's made that crystal clear to all of us since the mediation day.
Well, in the agreement that I thought we made at the mediation, there was about 2 weeks where it appeared that the offer was proposed, and then the mediator and I additional communications and conversations and found out that this is my summary, but that we just weren't talking the same language. And we got back to where we were talking the same language.
Mr. Vickers, how do I put this? Can we bring, I don't know, I can't ask you to amend your motion, but I would feel more comfortable if your motion stood without the clause in there of relieving our counsel until we talk to Ms. Shaw.
She's already been talking.
Okay,
What was that?
I couldn't hear.
She's probably already been talking.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor in a second.
So repeat the motion, please.
Mr. Vick, Commissioner Vickers, could you please, sir?
Voted not accept the seven. Voted try. Relieve our counsel. Hire Shaw.
Is there any more discussion?
So if we go to trial, if we vote no, and we go to trial, the county has broken the law. So it's just a suit, am I correct?
I mean, there's a lawsuit, and if the jury concludes that the county has violated the Fair Labor Standards Act, then the jury will make awards, and then after that, the awards are contested, or they're paid. But then you have the additional, Mr. Sessions and the three law firms have their fees and expenses that are incurred to date. And, but also there are fees and expenses that they will incur going forward from today through trial.
But if the decision made tonight to set it, that indicates his fees right there, right? He's out, is that correct?
If the decision is made tonight, at this point, what I presented to you is to vote on the proposed settlement of all the people who brought claims under the three lawsuits.
My question is the lawyer's fees, does that indicate his fees?
He has made an offer of attorney's fees. If y'all voted to accept that tonight, then we would be done.
So in other words, we'd have to accept his too.
No.
As you said, hypothetically, we would.
Right.
Because if we don't accept his, then he's got that option to raise it, you said.
That's right. We have three options. We can either, as far as the attorney's fees and expenses go, we can either have negotiations, which is where there's not a third party involved, of just William, you've made an offer of, and by William Sessions, you've made an offer, because there's two Sessions, there's William Sessions and there's Whitewood Sessions. So you have made an offer to settle for $2.9 million. I think that the commission will okay this amount. And he goes, yeah, I accept, no, I don't. If he doesn't accept, then he makes a counter offer. Then we decide, so that's one way, that is just with the lawyers in. The other way is to bring back in Michael Russell, have him mediate it. And the third option is to have it submitted to the court, which would involve him filing a fee petition it would involve us reviewing it, challenging it, but also he can recover as part of his attorney's fees, his effort on the fee petition issue.
Okay, we have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I need to say something. So, Commissioner Vickers, you made a motion and you changed your motion. So I need you to clarify your motion. Your first motion said you wanted to fire our attorneys and hire Amber Shaw. You didn't say anything about going to court and trial. Your second motion said you make a motion that we don't take the settlement and go to trial. You didn't say anything about Amber Shaw. Can you clarify your motion for me?
My motion is not take the settlement, go to trial, let our existing counsel go and hire Amber Shaw.
You didn't say any of that the first time. You said Amber Shaw, that's what you said, so I just needed you to clarify your motion for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Vickers, that constitutes in my mind a yes or no in your motion. So you're saying no, not to take the settlement, and yes to fire the attorney.
No, if you vote yes on his motion, then you're not taking the settlement and fire.
Just wanted to clarify.
That's all you have to do, you just have to vote yes or no on his motion.
Okay.
So it's one motion.
All right, we have, let's be clear about this. We have a motion and a second. And we have discussion. We're about to move into vote to accept Commissioner Vickers' motion to let counsel go and to not accept the judgment and to hire Amber Shaw. I believe those are in that, is that correct? And go to trial?
Can I clarify?
Is that right?
I think what he means is we would move forward with our new counsel's advice with the case.
All right, please, let's have order. Let's make it clear, because we have to be clear what is being voted on. Please, Mr. Vickers, Commissioner, could you please clarify, please?
My motion, not take the settlement, go to trial, whatever Amber Shaw has to do to settle it. Let our counsel go and hire Amber Shaw back. She could settle it out of court, she could take it to trial.
There was a second. So.
That's the second on this motion? That's the same motion he made. That's the same motion he made a long time ago.
Because like Commissioner Lanier said, she could come up with
trial.
a
That's her decision.
All right, any more
So
discussion?
clarification.
All right, please, let's be clear.
I don't want everything
Commissioner
you just
Hensley.
said, but I want some of it. I'm fixing to vote no right now, and then we can make another motion. Is that correct? Okay, let's go.
You can vote yes to accept his motion and second, or you can vote no, which will vote his motion and second. Thank you. Then it comes back to the floor for any other motions. We have a motion and a second. In according to rules, we need to move in the vote if there's no more discussion. So we're voting on Commissioner Vickers' motion, which is to not take the settlement, to hire Ms. Shaw, to let counsel, to relieve counsel. All right. We need to roll call.
Bell,
No.
Crawford,
No.
DeBerry,
No.
Gillum,
No.
Grantham,
No.
Hensley,
No.
Jenkins,
No.
Kettlemore,
No.
Lake,
No.
Lanier,
Yes.
Miller,
No.
Sane,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
Weems,
Yes.
Wright.
No.
We have the. Okay. Your motion
we, reject settlement and move to trial.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a Commissioner Graham.
I have a question.
We have discussion, yes, ma'am. Commissioner Lake.
So, Mr. Graham, you saying trial?
We move to trial, mediation, whatever the case may be. It's just.
That's just an if. That's an if,
There's no
right?
if. We're rejecting this, the mediation that they have done, $300,000. We're rejecting $3 million. We're rejecting that, and we're moving on to trial. That's my motion.
Any way you can move the motion, I second it.
Yes,
Just to
yes.
say we reject the offer.
We reject the offer. I'll take trial out. I'll just, amend the motion to, reject the offer at this time.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? Very serious matter, folks. I understand. We're here to do the business.
We're talking about y'all's money.
Very serious.
That's right, our money.
My discussion on it would be, I'm not so sure we need to get rid of them. I mean,
That's not, you can't discuss that. You can't discuss that.
That's not the motion. So we've got
So let's
a
vote.
motion to, reject the settlement. And there was a second by Commissioner Saint. No discussion on that motion, motion to reject the settlement. Okay, we'll move into a roll call vote, please.
Mayo,
No.
Buffer,
And let's be clear on how you're voting. You're voting, his motion is to reject the settlement.
right.
No.
DeBerry, no. Gillum,
Yes.
Grantham,
Yes.
Hensley,
yes.
Jenkins,
No.
Kennemore,
No.
Lake,
No.
Lanier,
Yes.
Miller,
No.
Sane,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
Weems,
Yes.
Wright.
No.
All right, so are we, okay. So we are not rejecting the settlement. Okay. All right, now. And please understand what you voted on. We have to make that clear. You voted to reject the settlement. Does anybody want to change their vote? This commission just voted to reject the settlement. But part of that motion was not to move the trial. That wasn't part of it, just to reject the settlement.
Mr. Mayor, what was the count on that last vote?
7 yea, 8 nay.
The motion was to, we're settled. Was not settled.
You have to have an affirmative vote to accept too, not just a vote to reject.
Mayor,
That would be next.
no disrespect to Commissioner Kenmore, but his brother is a plaintiff in this case. I don't think we should.
There's no conflict as the attorneys have read. The policies that according to the Tennessee Code, and then according to the policies of this body that was voted on in 2007, adopted resolution 6-7-005, looks like here. It talks about conflicts that Attorney Condor just brought up. Let's be clear. How many do you have, Madam Clerk?
8 said no, 7 said yes.
7 said yes to reject.
No.
Let's have order. We have to understand this motion. We did it clear. Attorney Woman.
Motion was to reject the settlement, and there were 7 in favor, correct? And 8 opposed to the motion, so the motion failed.
Did we have to did we need 9 on that?
Yes.
Rejected. So all we need to
No,
do
no,
is
no,
approve
no.
it.
How can you get 9 when you don't get,
It didn't.
when you got one missing?
You gotta have 9 voting in favor of something, in favor of the motion.
Okay. You have to have 9, then you have to have a majority. 2 and, okay. So you did not have a majority that rejected the, yes, you didn't have 9 that rejected. Is that the way the opinion is? Okay. All right. That's what we're understanding is the motion. Somebody want to change it? We have an attorney's opinion, please.
So no vote means no for the motion. So can we do a revote?
Order! We're gonna have order, please. Resolve this. All right. Make sure, all right, when you say you want to reject this motion, yes, it's me, I am rejecting the settlement. That's what you're reading. You're rejecting the settlement. Is that not clear, Commissioner?
No, I don't know, I'm getting, I thought that we either are accepting or rejecting the motion. So a no vote was to reject the motion, a yes vote was to accept the motion. Is that right?
Correct. Okay. So what's our topic?
Do anyone want to change their vote to yes or no?
Pass.
We.
Gotcha.
Mayor, I think the simple thing to do is somebody make a motion to accept the settlement, and then they vote, and if they accept it, if we're done, if they reject it, we're done, instead of trying to work around this.
Make a motion, we accept it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, Commissioner Butler, and we have a second by Commissioner Wright, to accept the settlement agreement. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, let's move into a roll call vote, please.
Hale,
Yes.
Buffer,
Yes.
DeBeer. Yes. Gillen,
No.
Grantham,
No.
Hensley,
No.
Jenkins,
Yes, I said.
Kettamore,
Yes.
Blake,
Yes.
Lanier,
No.
Miller,
Yes.
Sane,
No.
Vickers,
No.
Weems,
No.
Wright.
Yes. Now what do we do, lawyer?
Somebody makes a motion to adjourn. Done. I'm making something
Was it accepted?
All right, so the motion did not approve, we did not approve the settlement. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this, and I hope everybody listens. I'm gonna go ahead and say this, you know, nobody should be here in this position. This should have been settled 3 or 4 years ago. It should have never gotten to all of us. And what's about to happen is gonna go to trial, and then there's gonna be more lawyers' costs, and I hope everybody can live with that for breaking our county. So I'm gonna say it out loud, whether you like it or not. Does anybody want to change their vote, please?
Please.
Make that check out too.
Order.